Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Monday, July 28, 2025. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is great to be here on a scorcher of a Monday in New York City. I love this time of year, as you all know, and so I don't mind it one bit. But some people complain about it. I think it's fantastic. Give me this over the dead of winter any day of the week. So happy to be inside, though, for today's program. We have a lot to discuss. A very, very good lineup coming off a busy weekend once again in the world of combat sports, from MMA to boxing to pro wrestling. There was a lot to discuss, a lot that happened. And so I'm looking forward to getting into it all. Had a lovely weekend myself. Thank you for asking. Went to the Man United West Ham match at MetLife Stadium. Also went to the Everton Bournemouth match. They had a back-to-back at MetLife. Had a grand old time. Thank you very much to my good friends over at the Premier League for inviting my family and I. We were actually sitting in front of Aguero in the section that we were in. So my son, the Man City fan, was very excited about that. And then we were sitting right next to Sheamus of WWE fame. And I was talking to Sheamus. We were having a nice little chat, and I happened to mention to him that my good friend P.T. Carroll is from Blanche, and then he lit up and he's like, oh my God, Blanche, like that's where I'm from. And then so I called PT, and it must have been like 1 a.m. over in Blanche, and they had a nice chat together, like two old friends talking about the Texaco down the road next to the football field. It was amazing to just see them in their element. So that was very fun. That was very memorable. It was a great crowd, great turnout, and got to watch all the action. So I am up to speed. Today on the program, back into the show, we're going to be joined by Stephen Nguyen, who you may have either seen him in action this weekend or certainly heard about his fight. Probably the most talked about fight of the weekend, because his fight was just absolutely insane. I was actually sitting and watching his fight with my son Walter. It was an afternoon card, Abu Dhabi card, and we were waiting to go somewhere. So I was like, oh, come see. The afternoon cards are tough when you're a parent, because you kind of have to watch them in the midst of the day while you're doing a whole bunch of parental things. But at the beginning of the card, this was like the first or second fight of the night, or maybe the third. We were at home. I don't usually ask the kids to come watch with me, but I said, "Come, let's watch this fight. This should be fun." He went up against Mohammad Yahya, and very quickly into the fight, it appears as though it's a one-sided affair. It's a very dominant performance for Nguyen, and he's en route to just landing knockdown after knockdown after knockdown after knockdown. In total 6. I thought it was 7. And it starts to become very uncomfortable, to the point where my son is like, why aren't they stopping this? Because Yaya's eye looks like it's about to explode. Finally, they stop it. There it is, between the second and third round. I have no idea what referee Jason Herzog was thinking. We'll talk more about this throughout the day with everyone. But Stephen Nguyen is going to stop by to talk about picking up his first official UFC victory. He had 2 victories on the Contender Series circuit. Looking forward to having him on. Lerone Murphy is going to stop by as well. Another Manchester top team product. We had a teammate of his, Atiba Gauthier, last week on the program. You may have heard over the weekend they announced everyone was going crazy over what the co-main event was going to be in Chicago. Well, now you know it's going to be Lerone Murphy, the red-hot featherweight, fighting out of Manchester, going up against Aaron Pico, the relatively new signee, formerly Bellator/PFL, coming over. He was supposed to fight this past weekend against Movsar Evloev. That fight canceled, of course, because Evloev got hurt. And so it's going to be Pico versus Murphy. A big test for Pico and a big opportunity for Murphy, fighting in front of a U.S. crowd for the first time. I don't consider the Apex events as a crowd events. Like, he's fighting in front of the United Center crowd. It's going to be sold out, close to sold out. It's a big opportunity for Murphy to prove that he's one of the best featherweights in the world. There's always one of those guys in these divisions who just has to win an obscene amount of fights in a row to get that recognition. Murphy is that guy right now at 145, as is Movsar, by the way. And so we look forward to talking to Murphy about this opportunity coming on just 3 weeks' notice. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by Petr Yan, who had the very dominant win over Marcus McGhee, potentially stamping his ticket as the next in line after Merab Dvalishvili and Corey Sandhagen do their thing on the October 4th card in Las Vegas. Petr Yan with another great performance. Looking forward to having him on. He'll join us at 3 o'clock. At 2:30, Jiri Prochazka is going to join us, BJP himself. Looking forward to having him on. Of course, we know by now, October 4th, that same card, he will be going up against Khalil Rountree in a fight. As far as like the fourth quarter, that's one of my most anticipated fights. Love that fight. Love everything about it. Love the stakes. Love what Rountree has been doing as of late. Love what Prochazka has been doing as well. Both of them with wins over Jamal Hill recently. Rountree with the win back in June. Prochazka with the win back in January at the Intuit Dome. Always love talking to Prochazka. He'll join us at 2:30. And at 1:45, my friends, we'll have the great honor and privilege to be joined by arguably the greatest pro wrestler of all time, the one and only, the Nature Boy, Ric Flair, 16-time champion. There's no words that can describe what he has meant. And he was a very good friend of the late, great Hulk Hogan. And so Rick is kind enough to join us, and I can't wait to have a chat with him about his good friend Hulk Hogan and about everything going on in his life. So there it is, an incredible 5-pack of guests. Looking forward to getting into it. I did want to start with sending my best to the family of Shavkat Rakhmonov. There was a report that I saw on social media today, written by a gentleman with the handle Matyesek88. The source is from an outlet called Shot, SHOT, and he wrote that Shavkat's wife and I believe his son were in a car accident. And unfortunately, it appears as though there were 2 casualties, not his wife and son. This I have confirmed with Shavkat's team. And Shavkat's wife and son were hospitalized but are in good condition and, as of this morning, released. So very, very scary stuff. There was a photo of a car overturned. My heart goes out to them because those were 2 of his, I believe his wife's friends who, unfortunately, it appears as though, according to this report, lost their life. So that is horrific stuff, and wish the best for his wife and son and for Shavkat, of course, and hope that the family makes a speedy recovery, and send our best to the loved ones of those who lost family members as well. So wanted to start off on that note, and wanted to also talk today about the late, great Hulk Hogan, because, I was on the Boys in the Back on Thursday. I found out about Hulk Hogan's passing, like all of you, via TMZ Thursday morning. I think it was around 11:30. And I was at the gym. I went home. I took a shower. I had to have a Zoom call meeting, and then I jumped on the Boys in the Back. And I feel like it only really hit me once I was off the show, and once I was able to just kind of sit down and reflect and see some of the stuff out there. I saw Rick on TMZ. I saw other interviews as well. And I have to admit, I was really, really sad. I was really, really sad. And as I said on the Boys in the Back, and I don't take it back, and as many others said as well, I think the word complicated was the most used word over the course of Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday when talking about Hulk Hogan's legacy and his career and life. I stand by that, but I also kind of feel the conversations that were happening, even with people saying it's not complicated, it's black and white, they don't realize that the reason why they're saying that is because it is complicated. And it's complicated because you could also make the case that you can separate Hulk Hogan, his legacy and career, and Terry Bollea, his legacy and career. But the issue is, very rarely did you ever get to see Terry Bollea. Even when he was on this show a couple months ago in May, he looks like Hulk Hogan 24/7. It's not like saying, oh, this guy plays Deadpool, or this guy plays Superman, or this guy plays Spider-Man. And then when they're doing, like when Adam Sandler's doing media He's talking about Happy Gilmore. He is not Happy Gilmore. Hulk Hogan and Terry Bollea became one. And so I understand why people would just treat them as one. That's where pro wrestling is different. Ric Flair on TV is the same as Ric Flair in real life. Bret Hart on TV is the same as Bret Hart in real life. Hulk Hogan on TV feels like the same in real life. So all to say, I understand why some people would want to separate the two, and I understand why some people refuse to separate the two. And I understand why some people don't want to let his final act or the final decade of his life change how they feel about, the first 60 years of his life. And I can understand why some would not. It's very complicated. It's extremely complicated. But where I landed was, I don't feel comfortable because of what he did in 10 years ago. And it's crazy that this tape came out 10 years ago. This tape that revealed that he was using multiple racial slurs, the N-word, referring to himself as somewhat of a racist, like all these things, shocking. And then the subsequent aftermath where WWE took him out of the Hall of Fame and pretty much made him into persona non grata, and he was able to work his way back into it. And you all know about the appearance at the Netflix show and all that stuff. I don't think what happened in the last 10 years should take away what this man did and what he was for pro wrestling. Because make no mistake about it, he was pro wrestling's Babe Ruth. I've always said that Bret the Hitman Hart was my first favorite athlete growing up. The first person I looked up to, the first person I tried to emulate, the first person that I saw on TV and said, like, oh my God, that's my guy. But I don't get to Bret Hart without Hulk Hogan. I'm not introduced to pro wrestling without Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan drew us all in, and then we all picked our favorites, and the favorite might have been Hulk. And of course, I was like captivated by the guy like every other kid back then, because of the way he looked, because of the muscles, because of the hair. He was larger than life, truly larger than life. I don't think that kids today or kids that didn't grow up in the 80s understand just how big of a deal he was. Because there are so many different superstars and outlets to find your superstars. You may be a YouTube guy, you may be a Netflix guy, you may be a video, like there's just so many different things out there. There weren't as many, you had like 6 channels, 10 channels, there was no internet, there's like Hulk Hogan stood out in a time where at the very beginning, we weren't quite sure if this was real or not. He was larger than life. And so much about what he said and did was about life. So much about his message was Hulkamania will live forever. The immortal Hulk Hogan. If you train, if you take your vitamins, if you say your prayers, if you listen to your parents, you will live forever. Those are the commandments. And so the idea that that guy is not living, of course I know no one lives forever, is just a stark contrast into everything that he was about. He was superhuman. He did not look like you or I. And he talked about living, the immortal Hulk Hogan. That was his name. Hulkamania will live forever. He had the sign. And make no mistake about it. Controversial, complicated, yes. But the guy did do a lot of good. And we can't erase that. Long before John Cena, he was the Make-A-Wish guy. Sold more tickets, sold more merch, broke through. And when he's on Rocky 3, before he even gets to WWF, that's a huge deal. If you're a territory wrestling fan who's watching Hulk Hogan in the AWA in Rocky 3, which by now is an institution, this is a big freaking deal. This is 1982. There's nothing bigger than Sylvester Stallone. There's nothing bigger than Rocky. And if you don't know the story, this is like sort of Ali Inoki-esque. He plays a wrestler named Thunderlips going up against the boxer. And then the whole thing turns into a melee and he throws him out of the ring and all this stuff. As the story goes, that's where the McMahons kind of like see like, oh, this guy could be the guy. Then they bring him over. to WWF and they say, okay, this is going to be our guy. This is going to be the guy that we're going to strap the rocket to. They put him in there in a time where everyone's very pro-American. America is battling Iran. America is battling the Russians. They put him in there against Iron Sheik, and he annihilates Iron Sheik at Madison Square Garden, which was, WWF territory, their home base, if you will. And when he beats Iron Sheik in 1984, January of 1984, the whole thing kicks off. Unlike anything wrestling has ever seen. On a national stage, because Vince McMahon says, this is the guy. At the time, WWF was a territory. It was the Northeast. It was New York. It was Connecticut. It was, all the states up here, New Jersey. Like they controlled this area. But then there was an area in the Mid-South and the South and the West Coast. Like that's how wrestling was. But they said, this is the guy that's going to help us conquer everyone. And it worked. We take a lot of the mainstream wrestling stuff for granted, seeing where it is now. It's on Netflix and Travis Scott and The Rock, this and that. That wasn't the case back then. So when you saw Hulk Hogan on the cover of Sports Illustrated in the 80s, it was a big freaking deal. It was a big freaking deal. Everyone knows this cover. Matt Mania, a cover story on Hulk Hogan. When you saw Hulk Hogan host Saturday Night Live with Mr. T the night before WrestleMania 1, huge freaking deal. Mr. T was one of the biggest stars in the world. A-Team, I pity the fool. I pity the fool. Clubber Lang, Rocky fame as well. Loved Mr. T, loved the A-Team. I've told this story before. When I saw that box in my video store, I was like, what? Who's Mr. C's dad? Who's that guy? Who's that tan, bleach blonde hair guy? And side note, Hogan's hair always used to be like perfect, and then midway through the match, he would get all sweaty and it would become like stringy, and you always kind of knew, okay, now this is when the good stuff starts. The hulking up and all that stuff. WrestleMania 1 was incredible. Mr. T, he tags with Mr. T against Piper and Mr. Wonderful. Paul Orndorff. Ali is involved. Billy Martin is involved. Liberace is involved. You know the story. I don't have to tell you all the story about Vince McMahon and the mortgage and all that stuff. He bets his house. Hulkamania, WrestleMania. Hulkamania, WrestleMania. Gigantic. Larger than life. Iconic. Babe Ruth. Jordan, Tyson, Hogan. Like, you know how big of a deal this guy was? Can make a strong case, one of the most famous people in the world. Certainly in terms of like sports and entertainment. One of the most famous people in the world. Then they go WrestleMania 2. They have the three locations. Wasn't a huge success. They had one in Chicago, one in LA, and one in New York. Nassau Coliseum. Hogan, if my memory serves me correct, is in LA against King Kong Bundy for the belt, blue steel cage and all. You see his ribs taped up? Bundy splashed him, and I thought that was a shoot. This is 1986. I 1,000% thought that was a shoot. I used to splash my mom, who would be doing the dishes, and I would run from the back of the kitchen, and I would splash her up against the sink, copying the great King Kong Bundy. Terrifying guy. Absolutely terrifying. With Bobby Heenan in his corner. Hogan prevails. Of course, we all know about WrestleMania 3, Andre the Giant, 93,000. That's the number that they used. Who knows? 78, 84. Who gives a crap? Pontiac Silverdome was freaking packed to the rafters. Hogan, Andre, incredible year-long build. Hogan slams Andre. The torch is passed. Oh my God, it was unbelievable. Larger than life, man. No one bigger than him. And in the midst of all of this, it's not just him on TV. It's the LJN toy, which I had all of them. Like, I had that thing. I played with that. I wish my mom kept it. I had all of them. All the different variations. Saturday morning, it wasn't just about Maple Leaf Wrestling. It was about Hulk Hogan's Rockin' Wrestling too. A Saturday morning cartoon show. with Hogan and Andre and Iron Sheik and Mr. Fuji and Nikolai Volkov, Big John Studd, Superfly, Jimmy Snuka, the Junkyard Dog, Haku, Hillbilly Jim, Roddy Piper. Oh my God, you know yourself. Just unbelievable. Taking a step back, I mean, again, MTV is pretty much nothing these days, but at the time, one of the most famous musical artists in the world is Cyndi Lauper. Cyndi Lauper now gets involved in wrestling, and Hulk Hogan is there by her side. Hulk Hogan, I mean, the rock and wrestling connection on MTV, Cyndi Lauper, Girls Just Want to Have Fun, the music video has Captain Lou Albano in it. There she is winning a Grammy with Hogan. Unbelievable. What a time. There's nothing that compares to his superstardom now. Legit one of the most famous athletes, one of the most famous entertainers in the world. And from like WrestleMania 1 to I would say WrestleMania 6, he is the guy. He is the face of it all. WrestleMania 5, you have the Mega Powers exploding. Unbelievable feud. Miss Elizabeth in between them. Randy Savage on one side, the jealousy consuming him. They're friends at WrestleMania 4. He helps Randy become champion at WrestleMania 4, and then it becomes a year-long feud where they're together, and then they explode. Hogan, Randy, Trump Taj Mahal. Oh my God, what a time. WrestleMania 6 is supposed to be the passing of the torch to the Ultimate Warrior at the Skydome, 1990, April 1st. Champion versus champion, intercontinental versus heavyweight champion. I tried to figure out how to buy this pay-per-view. I couldn't figure it out. They didn't have it. Viewer's Choice in Canada couldn't figure it out. At this point, he's now branching off into film. No Holds Barred comes out. Him against Zeus. This was a big deal. Like I said on Thursday, our guy Hulk Hogan is now starring in movies. No longer as like a bit player. Oh, that poster. I remember that poster so well. And then they had a feud at SummerSlam. I remember that poster so well because, and this movie so well because like when he was in Rocky, he was not a bit player, but he was not the main guy. In this film, he's the main guy. In Suburban Commando, he's the main guy. In Mr. Nanny, he's the main guy. I know he's not winning Oscars for these, but it just goes to show just how big of a cultural phenomenon he was, cultural icon he was. And then, like I said, 91, it starts to get a little bit weird. The feud against Sergeant Slaughter, Desert Storm, falls flat. That's WrestleMania 7, WrestleMania 8. He's supposed to have the feud against Ric Flair. They go in a different direction. They go with Flair versus Savage, and then Hogan versus Sid. 93, a lot of people hate 93. They hate, WrestleMania 9 because it's Bret Hart versus Yokozuna, and he ends up beating Yokozuna after Hart loses to Yokozuna in just like 10 seconds, and they felt like he kind of usurped it all. And then he leaves shortly thereafter. In the midst of all of that, there's the trial, the steroid trial. He says that he doesn't take steroids on the Arsenio Hall show, and then it's revealed later that he did in fact take steroids. So that that kind of ruined the aura of take your vitamins, say your prayers. Oh, you're also taking steroids. This is weird. And when he goes over to WCW in '94, like the whole gimmick is played out. People are tired of it. People want something else. We've all grown up a little bit. It reminds us of our youth. We need something else. And who knows, in an alternate universe, if this guy doesn't agree to shift, agree to turn heel, the whole Hulkamania thing maybe dies in like 96, 97, 98. Who knows? He maybe goes and does something else. But Bash at the Beach, 1996, he agrees to turn heel. He teams up with Kevin Nash and Scott Hall. NWO, one of the most iconic moments in the history of the business. And some might say some enjoyed this era more than the 80s era. You're looking at the new world order of wrestling, brother. He took to being a heel so perfectly. It was the perfect time to do it. It was everything that the John Cena turn wanted to be but couldn't be. It was phenomenal. Hollywood Hulk Hogan with the black beard, with the freaking Jimi Hendrix, with the black tights. I mean, he bought into it. And it made sense. The crowd turned on him. He turns on them. And he teams up with these two guys to ruin WCW. And yes, in the midst of that, there have been stories, there have been people. This is where you could start poking like, oh, he didn't want to put this guy over. Oh, he had creative control. Oh, he didn't. But like when you're that big, you could say that about everyone. You could say that you could say Michael Jordan wasn't the best teammate. He wanted to win. Hogan wanted to win. And I'm not trying to do revisionist history here, but when you're the Babe Ruth, you get some perks. That's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. But throughout all this time, like, there's no arrest, there's no controversy. There's ups and downs, of course, but nothing to where, like, you could say, like, this guy, like, that period there from 81, 82, all the way to the late 90s is a pretty incredible run for someone at that level. The WCW run ends, eventually they sell the company. He comes back. He has the incredible match against The Rock, which at this, like, sitting here now, looking back, WrestleMania 18, X8, Toronto Skydome, if you told me right now that you consider this to be the greatest match of all time, I have a hard time arguing against that because of the story that they told. Here's The Rock, the face of WWE at this point, the Brahma Bull, the People's Champion, going up against the previous face of WWE, icon versus icon. Hogan goes into the match as the bad guy. He's part of the NWO. He's coming in as the albatross. Toronto and everyone in attendance said, we are not accepting this. And I was one of them, cheering, standing, top of my lungs, going crazy for the Hulkster. We want it all. We wanted this. We wanted this. We wanted the whole thing, the whole repertoire. And by the end, he turns good guy. Who knows what the real story is? If that was the plan from the beginning, who the hell knows? But he turns good guy by the end. And then I go to that Raw on the Monday after, and it's one of the loudest ovations that I've ever heard. 6-7 minute ovation. I had heard Montreal go crazy for Maurice Richard on the final night of the Montreal Forum in 1995. And I thought to myself, I'll never hear anything like this. I'll never experience anything like this. And then I experienced it some 7 years later when Hogan came back for the first time in forever. And Montreal always loved Hulk Hogan. Always loved Hulk Hogan. And so when he came back that Monday Night Raw, it was unbelievable. And then he came back a year later and or maybe it was that summer, this time in the red and yellow. Yeah, it was that summer, August of 2002, and got a similar ovation. It was incredible. Wins the belt at Backlash, Mr. America, all that stuff. But again, like at this point, he's still the freaking Hulkster. And then unfortunately, it's the sex tape, it's the Gawker trial. And then 3 years after the sex tape, some way, somehow, National Enquirer gets this transcript, and then it's the racial slurs. Because even with the sex tape, he had the reality show with his family as well. His kids got in some trouble, his son in particular. There was footage one time of his son getting arrested for a DUI. And I always kind of felt like that was like the closest version of Terry Bollea that we were able to see, because there was some footage that was released from the dash cam, and it was Terry Bollea coming to check on his son, and he was walking with not like a staff almost, not a cane. He was walking, and he was just checking on his son, if he had done anything that hurt anyone. And there was an accident in which he did, and that was horrific as well. But in that footage, you never heard Hulk say like, oh, hey, I'm Hulk. Like, can you give us a second chance? Can you help us out, bro? Can you help? It's my son, please. Like, he was just coming to see what the issue was and what he was facing. Never tried to play the I'm Hulk Hogan, bro card. And I thought that was honorable in the moment. I remember watching that, and I rewatched it last night, and I was like, I remember this vividly. But there's nothing that you can say to defend what he was caught saying in that moment. Now, if there are some people, and look, I'm presenting everything here because I don't know what the right answer is in terms of how to like talk about the entire legacy. But, I was talking to a friend of mine, and I said, you know what? I would like, if something happened to Kanye West now, I loved Kanye West, but Kanye West comes out now and has a song called Heil Hitler, I'm going to feel some sort of way about that as a Jewish person. And so I can't tell anyone, in particular, an African-American person, I can't tell them how to feel about Hulk Hogan. I have friends who, as I said on Thursday, said, like, this guy was dead to me in 2015, and I'll never support him. I'll never watch him. I'll never want to rewatch. I'll never want to celebrate or anything. And I could not argue with that. I totally get it. And then there are some people who say that was in the privacy of his home and he was betrayed and someone put out this tape and he didn't come out like Kanye West and put out like content surrounding these feelings. So is it a little bit different? Okay, fine, I can accept that. But he said it. And he did apologize. There was a statement that he put out. He did a bunch of interviews. But what really screwed it up was when he finally got back to WWE some 3 years later, he apologized to the locker room. That was kind of part of the deal. And apparently, according to the people that were there, he didn't really apologize. It was more of a don't get caught type of message. And that rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, as it should have. Who knows ultimately why he was booed? Who knows ultimately why he was booed on January, I think it was the 6th, back at the Intuit Dome. Was it because of that? Was it because of his politics? Was it a mix of both? But he was. And he told us on this show 2 months ago, it was because he came out doing the Hollywood Hogan deal. You see here, it wasn't the Hollywood Hogan deal. And it's unfortunate that that was his last appearance on WWE television programming. I'm okay with ultimately saying complicated legacy. The final act was very hard to stomach for some. And it's unfortunate that that was his final act. Mike Tyson's worst moment came in the middle of his story. And so he's had 20, 30 years to rectify it. Now he's Uncle Mike. And let's be honest, what he did, I mean, he went to prison. He's a convicted rapist. Hard to compare the two. And so the feelings, the emotions are complicated, very, very different than most celebrity passings. But I don't think it's fair to allow the final act to erase everything that he did. I'm happy that they brought him back. I'm happy that they didn't scrub him from the Hall of Fame, scrub him from the history books, because that run from 80 to 2005 is unlike anything we'll ever see. And what he did for wrestling, any single person who is a pro wrestling fan from that generation, 70s, 80s, 90s, is a wrestling fan because of Hulk. Because he made the industry into what it is. He made it mainstream. You may not have been a Hulk guy. You may have rooted for the Ultimate Warrior at WrestleMania 6, but without him, it doesn't get to that point. It doesn't get to the Pontiac Silverdome. It doesn't get to 93,000 or the Sky Dome. He was the guy. He was the right guy. And maybe they would have found someone else. And Lord knows they tried. They tried to strap the Rocket to Warrior, to Mr. Wonderful, to Lex Luger, to many others. Didn't work. He was different. Even in NWO, with Rodman and Leno, Karl Malone, like the NWO run from 96 to, I would say, like 99. Legendary stuff. Who saw this coming? Him on the Tonight Show with Dennis Rodman. Rodman and Malone going toe-to-toe during the NBA Finals. Our friend Mark Raimondi writing brilliantly about this. They were as hot as could be. There was one point, 10 million people are watching wrestling on a Monday night, whether it's Raw or Nitro. 10 million people. Incredible. So rest in peace, Hulk Hogan. Rest in peace, Terry Bollea. I look forward to having a chat with Ric Flair in about 10 minutes' time about his history. And if you ever heard his history with Hulk, his friendship with Hulk, if you ever heard Hulk in an interview, he would have said Rick was the greatest of all time. And then if you ever hear Rick in an interview, he'll say Hulk is the greatest of all time. And there was a period where they were rivals, essentially. One was the face of WCW and NWA, and the other the face of WWF. And then Rick goes over to WWF, and they end up making a lot of money together. For whatever reason, they didn't work a WrestleMania match, but by all accounts, Hogan didn't say like, no, I'm not working with you. You stay over there. Like there's like, oh, there's money to be made here. Let's make some money. And even in their later years, TNA, doing overseas tour and all that, like they seem to have been the best of friends. And you could have believed if you were told that they would have been jealous of each other or friction, two larger than life, massive egos coming together. Didn't appear to be the case. Ric was talking to TMZ. Ric Flair was talking to TMZ on Thursday about all of this and was very, very emotional. And obviously wanted to talk to him, and hopefully now he's had some time to process everything. And I really appreciate him coming on. So looking forward to that, which will be coming up in about 10 minutes time. This past weekend was a very busy one in the world of combat sports. You had the final Top Rank card on ESPN. You had Clarissa Shields winning in her home state of Michigan. Detroit, to be exact, Little Caesars Arena, defeating Lonnie Daniels in another dominant performance. Lonnie Daniels putting on a show here, but was never really in it. I mean, she made it entertaining, but there was some running, no doubt about it. Main event of the UFC card in Abu Dhabi was RDR, Renier de Ridder, defeating Robert Whittaker in a 5-round affair. Now 4-0 since coming to the UFC in less than 365 days. He has now won 4 fights in the UFC and very much in the mix. Afterwards saying, I am next. But I don't know if he's next, guys. Is RDR next? Is RDR next? I don't know if he's next.
I don't know. I think it's still got to be the winner of Imavov. And
it's got to be, right?
Yeah.
It's got to be, unless it's got to be with an asterisk, which is if that fight is a dud, could you not see the UFC just being like, nah, RDR's hotter, we'll put him in there? I could totally see that. I get that. This conversation inevitably devolves into like this, like deserves doesn't exist anymore. Caio and Imavov have put in more work and quote unquote deserve it. But I'm okay with a guy who, if a win over Robert Whittaker gets him a title shot. So I could see a world where he's able to jump that line. I wouldn't expect it, but I also would not be completely shocked if they have a dud fight and all of a sudden RDR finds himself in the title shot.
Oh my gosh. I mean,
do you think he has the juice? Like after the win off of Whittaker? You think he has the juice?
I do. What, you don't think so?
No, I do. I just don't know if it's like it's going to destroy anything that Imavov and Caio would do. You know, I don't know if it's like an insurmountable situation that he's put himself through. I thought it was a great fight, but very interesting fight. But I don't know if he's the fan's sentimental favorite to the point where he skips the queue.
The last time Caio fought, August 24th, 2024.
Yeah.
Since then, RDR has been busy. He's been busy putting in work and getting in front of fans. I am not suggesting. I think the winner of Caio and Imavov should fight for the title, no doubt. But I would not be shocked if the momentum that RDR has built in the time that they've been and by the way, that's no fault of Caio's. He's been looking for a fight. He's been calling out Imavov for months. But the reality is the reality, and he's been on the sidelines. So it's going to be a long time since people have seen him since his last performance. I would not be shocked if that's not a super exciting fight, if RDR is the one that has the rocket strapped to him.
I think if Imavov wins, then it's truly undeniable. No matter how he wins, I think if he gets it done, he'll be on a 5-fight win streak, and all 5 guys will have been top 10 dudes. The lead say Brendan Allen, Israel Adesanya, and then you add in Bahalio to that. I think if he wins, no matter how he does it, he's undeniable for it.
Here's the one little detail that we didn't bring up. That fight is in Paris. If Imavov wins in Paris, he's going to come across as a superstar. And if Caio wins in Paris, the crowd is going to go. You know what I mean? So like this is going to feel like a distant memory by the time that fight happens in early September.
What if the performance though is them trying to counter each other for 5 rounds and just looking like they're?
I think the French fans put him over. They're that good. I think it's the best. I think it's the best fan base. Like, you know, like Ireland in 2014, the UK 2022. Like France has it at the moment. Like no matter who's showing up there, even the Aries events are insane. And I think the way they get behind their guys, it's a great point, Ariel, because I think that will push him. Like it will give him so much more. It will bolster his stock so much more, regardless of how he gets it done, because that crowd is behind him, I feel.
So what do you do with RDR then? Let's say the winner of that fight is next, because the timing is actually perfect, right? It's just a couple of weeks after the title fight, and I think we all agree that the winner has done enough. Is it Paulo Costa, who did tweet about RDR? A pretty funny tweet. There is Jared Cannonier. Here's Paulo, with all due respect. All due respect to who? I would knock out De Ridder 3 times each round. All that said, congrats for your win today, despite bad fight.
It's Paulo. It's got to be Paulo.
There's also Jared Cannonier against Roman Dolidze coming up.
It's
You're
not
going to
worth
have a
the
guy in
risk,
RDR who's going to be top 5 at this point. Does he want to fight down, like, in the rankings? Cannonier will be 7th. Paulo is sitting at 11th.
Dangerous game
Rob
to
just
play.
I mean, Rob just gave him a big opportunity.
to him.
Yeah.
You do it because
I still don't think RDR. I don't think RDR.
By the way,
can
did
be like,
anyone
well, Rob
think-
did it for me, so I'll do it for
Did
them.
anyone think Rob won that fight?
That was close.
I thought it was very, very close. I thought it was 48-47 either way.
Yeah.
I think it really just came down to how you scored that 5th round, whether you favored the striking of Rob or the clinch work of RDR.
I scored it for Rob, but all the judges gave round 5 to RDR, so I'm perfectly fine with that. Got no issues with it.
It was
No
cool
robbery.
either way for me.
No robbery
Definitely
at all.
not a robbery.
Did you guys see this clip? There was a clip that the UFC Australia account, or the Australia New Zealand account, posted where when Rob dropped him in the 3rd, I believe, RDR is very clearly holding on to his gloves. Have you guys seen this?
Yeah, the ref had to step in.
Yeah, but like multiple times there.
Yeah, and they said it on the broadcast too. And I mean, it does make you think. Like, he dropped him bad.
Yes.
There was a chance he was going to finish that fight there. Yeah, he
Tough.
grabs the gloves to the point where Robert Whittaker's looking at the ref and he's like, "Yo, what the fuck, man?
Yeah.
You got to stop
That
this."
footage is shot on an iPhone, and it's so clear that he's holding on to the gloves multiple times.
The commentary even mentioned.
Yeah. It's
There was
tough.
a lot of
I mean,
that, though.
Yeah.
Seeing Magomedov's toes in the
Tough.
cage
Yes.
85 times or something during the Bryce Mitchell fight as well. It was
Yeah,
it was crazy.
I don't think anybody would claim like that was the turning point of the fight or that
It looked
was,
close in the moment. It looked like he was on the verge of stopping him. You didn't think so?
He was landing some big shots, man.
He was landing big shots, but like before that he had RDR had landed some shots as well. So like certainly, look, I'm not going to pretend that it's not a factor, but I don't think anybody's going like he didn't win that fight. He won the fight. And as I said, I scored the 5th round for Rob. So I'm okay with the outcome here. That's ultimately where I land. I'm okay with the outcome here. And I think Paulo Costa has to be the fight because you also want to push Paulo Costa if he wins that fight against RDR. It can't just be like, who does RDR fight? And then RDR loses to Jared Cannonier, and then what? So
Right.
you need Paulo Costa because he would be somebody that all of a sudden, all that talk he's been doing about Hamzat, all that drama that he could build up with DDP would be worth it. So Paulo versus RDR makes a lot of sense to me.
Is there?
I guess there's also an argument to make is who wins the title fight. If it's Hamzat, who knows when he's going to fight again?
By the way, is there a world if it's Hamzat they run it back?
No.
Like, has DDP earned that?
No.
No.
I doubt it.
He's been pretty
He
popular.
could get back. The immediate thing doesn't have every single time
Yeah, I
somebody
know,
loses
I know.
doesn't have to be
I know,
immediate.
I know.
Win 2 fights and get back to the title. No problem. DDP is
It's-
perfectly capable.
It's nice to see RDR getting his flowers though, because I did feel that the Bo Nickel fight was an amazing performance, and all anyone talked about was like, wow,
yeah.
fraud check. You know what I mean? And you're like, shit, like he had a brilliant fight. RDR looked exceptional in that fight, and made Bo Nickel fight in a way that he just couldn't. Forced him into striking exchanges where he just wasn't equal to RDR at all. And I do feel as though, like, even this conversation started off, is he next in line? Like, that's a hell of a lot better situation he's in
Sure.
than he was coming off the Nickel fight, which I thought was an exceptional performance.
Those knees are nasty, man. And I
So
think those
crazy.
dude. Like, I think those knees that he was landing on Whittaker kind of zapped his energy because you say, like, after
Yes.
he almost finished him, it felt like Whittaker was just kind of done at that point and being able to go like 100% on the gas pedal. It felt like he was really tired and labored from there on out.
Is there any
crazy.
world? Is there any world where Bohalio Imavov is a stinker, Shemaev wins, and they do Shemaev Costa?
Why not? Yes.
Yeah.
There's definitely a world.
absolutely.
There's 100% a world.
I don't know about that.
I think
one.
RDR
I
would
don't
get a
think
call
so.
first, if I'm being honest.
I don't think so.
But
I don't think so.
Man, aces are wild. It's the UFC in
Yes,
2024.
I mean, yeah,
You know?
could it potentially happen? I'm not going to say no. But like a guy outside the top 10, what is he in his last like 3 or 4? Like 1 and 3 or something?
guys, we're like, how long removed are we from Cheeto Vera versus Sean O'Malley?
Yeah.
Just on the basis of a rivalry. Like,
Yeah.
It is not impossible in 2025. No doubt that
I think the
is
fan base would love it too. I think the fan base would love it.
They had at least
Yeah.
fought and had like kind of a funky ending to that fight. This is sort of just Paolo talking a bunch of shit to him, and like they had a run.
Doing a really good job of
He's
it.
doing a great job.
2025, baby. Come on. UFC, baby.
Also, I think we should stop like pretending like we don't want to see that too. I want to see that. I don't like.
I would
It's
love to see
fine.
it. I would
I
love
want to see
that.
it.
That fight, I would love
Yes.
to see that fight.
I want to see it.
I mean,
We've
it's
done
been
an
like 2
about
years
turn
of it.
of meritocracy. We're just like, fuck it. You know what I mean? Let's
Oh
have a
my
good
God.
time here, lads.
Oh yeah, we're really, the Parisian fans are really going to put Imavov over, unless Costa.
What if he puts out a funny tweet on the same day? You know what I mean? A
Well,
lot
by the
can
way,
happen.
Costa's going to go there. He's going to be sitting in the crowd. So who
Smart
knows-
play by Costa. Great play
Really?
by Costa.
That's exactly what he should be doing. He's going to be sitting in the crowd. They're going to cut to him. If I'm RDR, by the way, I get to Chicago for August 60. I don't let him have that moment. Maybe it's all, elementary at that point, but this stuff matters. Look at what it did
Costa's
for
gonna be
Joshua
like-
Van. I mean, he
Gonna be,
fought
like,
on the card.
topless vibrating in the front row. He's going to be
Oh
doing
my-
this. If you just go shirtless and oil yourself up, Costa, like, let's do it properly.
100%. Remember that famous clip of, was it McGregor who stood up during the Frankie Edgar Aldo fight? This will be his version of it, where he's just
Was it
sitting
not
there.
Aldo Mendez?
Was it Aldo?
It's the
Man?
picture of him in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was Aldo versus Frankie Edgar at UFC.
You might be right.
200.
I thought it was Aldo Mendez in Brazil that he went.
He did that one too. In any event, you get the point. Make yourself.
He's definitely doing the right things.
Yes.
You see RDR get a win, you start calling him out, saying downplaying his victory, everything like that. Keep going after Hamzat, who might win the title here in 3 weeks' time. He's definitely doing the right things.
Well, we'll talk to Petr Yan, who won in the co-main event against Marcus McGhee. As I said, Shar Magomedov and Marc-Andre Barrios. They fought an incredible fight of the night. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the rest of this card back in the show because I want to ask the guy their opinions on the Stephen Nguyen fight and the decision to not stop it. I have the utmost respect for Jason Herzog, but I just thought it was a bad night at the office for him. One of the very best referees in the game. Also, a shout out to Bellamir, who won last night as well via chicken wing, old school. She is incredible, and it's amazing to see her do her thing. And I hope to see her in the Olympics 2028. That would be unbelievable to see Frank Mir's daughter representing the United States. So all that's still to come. But for now, it is a great honor and privilege to say hello to our next guest, a man who, like I said at the top, really needs no introduction. In many people's estimation, the greatest professional wrestler of all time. I would certainly agree with that as well. And the late, great Hulk Hogan, at every chance he could, would say that he is the greatest wrestler of all time. What can you say about the inimitable, the limousine riding, jet plane flying, kiss stealing, wheeling dealing, one of a gun, one son of a gun, one of a kind, the one and only Ric Flair, kind enough to join us right here and now on the program.
Hey,
It's a great
Ariel,
honor
how are you?
to have him join us. Hello, Rick. It's so great to
How
have
are
you
you?
here. I'm doing great.
Oh,
Yourself?
thank you. I'm honored. Thank you.
It's great to have you here. It's great to talk to you. And I really appreciate you saying yes to us because I know it's been a tough few days for you and everyone in the wrestling community and the fraternities. So thank you so much for giving us some time.
No, thank you for asking me, man. I do anything for you. You're a great guy.
Thank you, Rick. So, we all happened to see that video of you on TMZ on Thursday. I think you had just found out about the news. So obviously you were dealing with the emotions. But can I ask, how are you doing a few days later as the reality has sunk in?
I'm doing much better, but it's I had just talked to Jimmy Hart the day before, and I didn't actually speak with Hulk, but everything was fine. I knew that he had health issues, but I thought that they were being embellished by that radio disc jockey, Bubba. And so I talked to Jimmy. I talked to Vo, his friend Vo, and he seemed to be fine. But I think that Ariel, I think he just got tired. I mean, 11 back operations, hip replacements, now neck surgery. I mean, how much can your body take? You know, I mean, we've all put ourselves in, in a ridiculous positions in the business. But I mean, here I am. I'm 5 years older than Hulk, and I don't hurt at all. I've had some serious health issues, but I don't have an ache or pain in my body, and it bothers me. And of course, it gives me anxiety that I could be next. So I'm glad anytime I can talk about how great Hulk is and spend time talking about his life, his legacy with you guys. I'm honored. Thank you.
Amazing. Can I ask, when was the last time you spoke to him?
Well, I called him. I'm not going to mention any names. I called him 3 times and talked to him in the last month because I thought he was getting involved in a situation that is not right for him business wise. Because I knew who he was getting in business with, and for once he didn't heed my warning, and then he got hit with that $10 million lawsuit. I mean, that's a lot, But the one thing about Hulk, he's always been represented as smarter than anybody in the business, and that is not to be denied. He's been a tremendous businessman, but this guy that jerked him around this time, sometimes you just want to believe so much, and then you try so hard, and he's such a giving guy. I mean, I know people don't realize Hogan was doing Make-A-Wish before Make-A-Wish was Make-A-Wish. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Every night, I was with him for 2 years. Every night, he would take time. I'd say to Jay Strongbow, I'd say, Jay, where's Hulk? He's doing Make-A-Wish. I mean, so we all know what that means now because it's more appreciated because of social media. But he was the modern day. He was first before John Cena, and making sure that every child in the Make-A-Wish community got something special, which he was.
When you had those conversations with him about a month or so ago, was he hurting?
Beg your pardon?
You said when you called him, you spoke to him a couple times over the past month or so.
No, not at all. He never mentioned it at all.
Oh wow.
The guy that brought me awareness to it was Jimmy Hart. Because Jimmy and I have been close forever, and I'm sure he's devastated right now.
Yeah.
But I literally talked to Jimmy the day before he passed, and he said Hulk was fine, and then the next day we all got the news.
We all know about your time in WWF when you came over 91, 92 and worked with him. Prior to that, were there any other interactions? Were there like matches that we don't know about in a territory, or when you worked with him in WWF, was that the first time you ever worked with him?
Yes, I knew him when he came into business. Sterling Golden on his way to Memphis. I saw him on Atlanta TV, and then of course he became Hulk Hogan, bigger than life, and everybody. It was the NWA against the WWE or WWF back then, but WWE. So, but when we would cross paths on the road and always, have fun, have drinks, laugh, and talk about our journeys. And like those guys were out there with the WWE, WWF back then. They were out there on 70, 80-day runs without going home. Very similar to my schedule. Not as much internationally, but being a wrestler back in the 80s was tough.
When you were seeing him, sell out the Garden and WrestleMania 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, SNL, Sports Illustrated, everyone who's in the business is saying you're the best wrestler, but maybe he's at the time the most known because of this type of exposure.
Absolutely.
How would you describe how you felt about him?
I have no problem giving that up. He is, there's a discussion that I would have with anybody. The 2 biggest stars, and Hulk came first, but Steve came second, were Hulk Hogan and Steve Austin. And right now, we're talking about Hulk Hogan, so the biggest star in the business is Hulk Hogan.
How did you feel about that? because you're doing your thing and you're competing against him, right? So would you say it's a friendly rivalry, like early '80s Ric Flair, prime of your life? How are you feeling about all the attention that he's getting?
I'm happy for him. But I took so much pride in being the NWA champion because that was a special deal. I mean, I never made a mistake of knocking the WWE, and that's why I've always had a good relationship with Vince and all that. A lot of guys did, but I wasn't jealous of Hulk at all because I was the NWA world champion, and at one time the NWA was. We're talking Buddy Rogers, Lou Thez, Gene Kiniski, Dory Funk Jr., Terry Funk, Harley Race. I mean, that's a very select crew of people. And Ric Flair was right there in the middle of it.
Before coming in 91, was there ever an opportunity for you to come earlier to WWF?
Yeah. They wanted me to come. Vince wanted me to come starting in '86.
Oh,
but
wow.
I was so close. I was so close to the Four Horsemen, and we were settling out everywhere and having a great time, and very loyal to my friends. And the first time he wanted me to come in was to wrestle Savage at SummerSlam in '86, and I just couldn't get myself to leave. I just, when you live with, literally travel with people every day, and you become attached to your lifestyle and the enjoyment of working. For me, the only time I was ever miserable was because of promoters, not because of the guys I was wrestling. And everybody said I was getting too old or I was getting too slow, or the bullshit. I lived it. You've heard about it. From Jim Hurt and Bischoff did everything in the world to try to kill me, but we all know that. That's I don't dwell on it anymore. I'm not even mad about it. It just was what my life was. And when I got back, every time I was around Vince and Hunter and Sean and Taker and that, they just renewed and helped me realize who I was. And as did Hulk. Hulk put me over all the time.
Did he welcome you with open arms? Like when you came over in September of '91, what was the reception like from him?
You know what he said to me? If you're really coming, I'll come up and see you. If you're bullshitting Vince again, I'm not coming. I said, I'm here. And I got the belt with me.
Oh my God, that was incredible. There's a photo of you two facing off against each other, and according to the internet, they say it's right before your first match ever. This is you with the real World Heavyweight Championship, and there he is. I mean, and Bobby Heenan by your side. You also had Kurt Hennig with you as well. What were those early matches like? Finally, you two going toe to toe.
Oh, they were absolutely phenomenal. Let me do something here.
Oh. Well, we'll get him back. I think he might have tried to end a call. Someone was calling him. What a treat this is. I hope you are all enjoying this as much as I am. Obviously, the topic is a sad one, but we were trying to celebrate and honor the life and legacy of one Hulk Hogan. And man, I mean, in the '80s, it was Hogan and Ric Flair. If you were a Northeast fan, it was Hulk Hogan. If you were a Southern fan, it was Ric Flair. Larger than life, the two of them.
There we are.
Oh, he's back. So you were saying, so I asked you those early first, like, do you even remember the first match? What it was like? You're in there, and this was like a dream match.
Yeah, the first match we had was in, we did a West Coast tour, and I'm going to add some humor to this. Bobby was my manager, and we went to Oakland, L.A., Frisco, Oakland, Frisco, rather, L.A., Phoenix, and home on the Red Eye. And I would love Bobby Heenan like no other, right?
Yeah.
Bobby said to me on the way home on the Red Eye from Phoenix, I hope that that you go bald and your hair grows back red. he walked in the office and he walked up to Vince's office and said, You didn't tell me I was going to travel with Larry Flint.
That's incredible. Was the chemistry there right away between you two?
Oh yeah, I said I can do anything you want me to do, but back then, and it's really hard to explain to fans. It was really tough to stay on top because everybody would stab you in the back, go to the promoter. I mean, everybody, and he just. I'm proud of him. He fought for what he wanted. I mean, it's like Roddy Piper was my best friend, but Piper would not put Hulk over. They hated each other, but they didn't hate each other personally. Everybody wanted that spot,
Why did you not have a problem with that?
Huh?
How come you didn't have a problem with that? You never had a problem putting anyone over, including him. Why was that never part of your?
My problem was with the promoters that weren't paying me. But you know what? If I'm working with Hulk Hogan, I'm in the main event.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm working with Hulk Hogan, I'm on the main event, and that's all you can ask for as a wrestler. He's not in control of my paycheck. He's just a great guy that he didn't trust anybody, and I took pride in that. He didn't trust Vader. He didn't trust Rick Rude. He just wanted to work with me when he first came. I'm the one that went and got him. I took Eric down to Disney to see him when he was filming Adventures what was that show?
Thunder in Paradise.
Thunder in Paradise, yeah. And then they left me in the car. They went in the trailer, and Hulk came out with a $25 million deal, and I was stuck with my $500,000 deal, but I didn't care. I was in the main event.
I want to get to that in a moment, but could I ask, one of the things that we all thought back then in 91, 92 was, WrestleMania 8, you guys are going to have a match. Of course, the two icons.
Yes.
Why did it never happen?
I don't know the answer to that.
Really? All these years later?
Well, I'll tell you what I think.
Okay.
I don't think that Hulk wanted to leave on a losing note, which I totally understand, because who am I after what he's done for the company? And number two, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they thought it wouldn't draw like it should. I have no idea. See, the one thing that I know for sure is that I never ever. Can you guys see me? Okay.
Yeah, we see you just fine. Perfect.
Yeah, I never ever got over in New York because I was on a whole different platform. Does that make sense?
Yes. And by the way, can you turn your?
I mean, the TBS didn't hit a lot of spots. We drew big money everywhere, but I never, like Bruce Fisher said in my documentary, I never ever really got over in New York. I don't think I ever sold out the Garden. We sold out a lot of places, but I was never really only because of TV. So I don't know.
That was the original plan, though, right?
What's that?
You versus him at WrestleMania 8 was the original plan.
You know what Vince did? He said, "I'm not going to give you a guarantee. I'll shake your hand to make you more money." I never asked him for anything. I just was so anxious to get away. I didn't know I was going to win the Royal Rumble. I walk in that day and Vince says, "You're winning the run." I said, "What?" I didn't expect that. I just wanted freedom from being belittled by Jim Herd and that. I mean, a company I built WCW. And I'm not ashamed to say that.
You did.
The NWA. And I just wish. I mean, what would have been a huge, huge coup is why didn't Turner just buy the NWA? Why change the name? We'd still be in business. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So I don't know.
Still to this day, the greatest post-match interview of all time. I say this with a tear.
With a tear in my eye. That was real because they had beat me down so bad, Ariel, that I mean, it gave me anxiety.
Wow.
I started taking Xanax when I was there. Christ.
How could they have done that?
1989, when Bird made me cut my hair, wanted to put a earring on me and call me Spartacus. Are you fucking kidding me? I mean, and then when I went back, the same thing. I just, Bischoff just out of sight, out of mind, did everything he could to kill me. Oh, and Vince Russo, oh my God.
Right.
Bury me in the desert. Let me see, shave my head. How many 16-time world champions that have had that done?
Why did you leave WWF to go back after that experience? Why did you go?
That?
You left WWF to go back in the mid '90s. Why did you leave?
Because Vince came to me and said, "I'm going to go younger, and you can start, be in the middle of the card or go back. Watch wants you back." And then, of course, the day I got back, Watch got fired for the remark he made about Hank Aaron, and then there's Ole Anderson. And Ole Anderson said to me, "What are you worth to us now after doing a loser leave town job for Kurt Hennig?" And I said, "I don't know." I walked over to his boss's office and said, "Tell Ole Anderson it's me or him," and they fired Ole. So,
Wow.
yeah. I mean, what a stupid thing to say. I've been on New York TV for a year. WCW has died. They can't draw flies. I mean, who knows?
And so, and you just mentioned, so you're the one that tells Eric Bischoff you need to go get Hulk Hogan. It was your idea.
He said, Hogan. I said, yeah. He said, can you introduce me? And I said, yeah, of course. So I took him down to Orlando. He was filming in Thunder in Paradise. And like I said, Eric walked in and it worked out well. And Hulk was always surrounding himself with very intelligent people like Petr Yan and Henry Holmes and all that. They cut a hell of a deal. And then I just, all I wanted to do was work with him. But he wouldn't work. He didn't. It's a compliment to me. He didn't trust anybody else. So that's how I have to look at it, because I certainly wasn't getting paid a lot.
In terms of being in the ring with him, how would you describe him as an opponent, as a dance partner? How would you describe Hulk?
Oh God, we had great chemistry. It wasn't Ricky Steamboat chemistry, but I know how to make big guys look good.
Yeah.
I've always done that. I mean, not the case of Bruiser Brody. It was just surviving with Brody, but with Hulk, I mean, with da-da-da, I mean, like, I didn't even give him a flying mare.
So good.
He loved that. And you know what?
Yes?
He wasn't shy about using the sword, which is something I live by every day.
What do you mean? What do you mean by the sword?
The blade. He got himself in a minute.
Yes, yes. You two were two of the best because the bleach blonde hair would turn red instantly.
Exactly. Dr. Flair.
Yes. When you found out that he was turning heel and the NWO and all that, did you think it was going to be a good idea? Did you think it was going to work?
Oh, I knew it, because anything Hulk touched worked. I mean, it is what it is. Hulk, they used to call a guy, former wrestler agent, Jay Strong, will call him the Golden Goose, and anything that Hulk touched worked on. I mean, he was over that much.
It's fascinating because his turn was compared to Cena's turn recently, but as it has come to be, we see there was a massive difference, right? Hogan really leaned in, and for whatever reason, the fans really bought him as the bad guy. With Cena, it's a lot different this time around. I don't think they're anywhere near the same, the two turns. Would you agree with that?
I think that well, it's hard to measure the two, but I love the thing with John. But the thing about John is Ricky Steamboat. There's nothing bad about John. Some guys like Jack Briscoe and that, and Ricky Steamboat, Sting, and all that, they just can't be a heel. And John, as great as he is, and all that, he's just not a bad guy because he's such a good guy. Does that make right?
Yeah.
Hulk could be a prick. But it's from all those years of battling for a spot.
Yeah.
You don't think Roddy Piper wouldn't? I mean, I know for a fact. I mean, everybody wanted Hulk's spot. But, hey, man, it's a testament to who he is that he was able to go through it.
Is it true after your match against Vader, Starrcade 1993, that he called you up and said that was the best match?
Is it what now?
I had read that after your match against Vader, Starrcade 1993, that he called you up and said that was your best match ever.
Yes.
What did that mean to you?
It meant a lot coming from him. But it's like I'm saying, we never had any differences. The differences were I was drug, sex, and rock and roll, and he was vitamins and milk.
Incredible. But he did. I did hear him say that sometimes, like, you would talk about, being able to go all night, and he would have to put you to bed, that he could go way longer than you.
Yeah. Well, you know what? That's fantasy. Come on, Ariel. Let's go out one night.
I don't know. I know. I wouldn't last.
I'm 76. I'm still ready to go.
I know. I'm talking about you guys in your heyday. I heard him say in an interview that he would have to put you to bed, but sometimes you would say you were going to bed and do the old Irish goodbye. You would leave. You would go somewhere else.
I've never done the Irish goodbye.
Oh, you say goodbye when it's time to leave.
I'm not going to get into personal stories, but I never said goodbye.
Okay, fair enough.
Hey, I was one of the few guys that was allowed to entertain him.
I understand. When you guys were in WCW,
Let me just put it like this: I lost a Rolex watch hanging out with him one night.
How so?
How so?
Yes.
I hid it from the Hooter girls, and I still can't get it back. I still can't find it.
Did you travel together when you were in WCW?
Oh yeah, he would always say, we do these double shots, right? And he'd say, well, he'd have the plane and all that, the private plane, and I'd say, you're not going to the second shot? He said, can't make that one, brother. That's his greatest line. His two greatest lines are to me, I can't make that one, brother. And it's not who's the best worker. It's about who makes the most money.
Yes. And so some would say, and I think the facts would back it up, he did make the most money, right?
Oh, I'm sure of it.
Yeah.
He had a $24 million house 10 years ago. Now the house he just passed away in was $11 million.
Wow.
The most expensive home I've ever owned is $2 million. It's a vast difference.
When's the last time you saw him?
Hulk?
Yeah.
FaceTime 2 weeks ago.
Oh, wow. And he was okay.
Yeah, I were just trying to help him make the right decision on a financial deal, and because I didn't like the people he was in bed with, and it's one of the few times that he didn't listen to me, and I think that put a lot of pressure on him. But he had a lot on his plate, not to mention the unbelievable amount of health issues he had. I mean, it's just insurmountable. And I think he just came home and laid down and said, I'm tired of all this. Because even no matter what happened, he remained the biggest star ever. Does that make sense?
100%. 100%. the Babe Ruth of pro wrestling in many people's estimation.
You think they said Andre the Giant couldn't walk through an airport?
Yeah.
You think Hulk could with that bandana, man? But he took time to sign every autograph. Like I said, in the 90s, he was doing Make-A-Wish long before it got the recognition it has now. And he was a golden goose. And I told everybody, the two most over guys I've ever worked with, respectively, in Texas, Kerry Von Erich coming out the door to the Rocky music was unbelievable, okay? But with Hogan, it was every town. And the first time I worked with him in Chicago at the Rosemont, it was sold out. Big Show, that was the first time we met the Big Show. When he came out that door, man, I mean, I thought, holy shit. And I used to say to him, just sell your eyes and your nuts, man. Just go down on your knees. We don't need nothing big, no suplexes, nothing. And I mean, we just tore it down.
That you did. I've also heard him say, and I believe you as well, when you were having your health issues in 2017, he was one of, if not the first people
to. One. It was the second one there. Michael Hayes was first.
Wow. And is it true? So I heard him tell a story on a podcast I was listening to, an old one today, where they pulled him and Jimmy Hart aside, the doctor, before the surgery, and said, you have a 5%, 2% chance of surviving.
It's true, Dr. Elsie.
And when you woke up, did you say to him, get me a six-pack?
No, I said that to him before surgery. He said, Flair, I'm here. Flair, Rick, I'm here. And I guess I said to him, I wouldn't remember. I need a six-pack because one of the worst things about my surgery is what I was vibrating coming off. I would call it a lot of alcohol consumption as well as the other issues.
And so you asked him for a six. That's unbelievable. Always true to form.
I probably did.
And just to exemplify the kind of person that he was to you as a friend, and I hope you don't mind me mentioning this.
No.
I believe when your son was in rehab, he helped you out.
I know my son was on life support.
Okay.
And his mother had never let him sign the contract with WWE because what were their insurance, even though he had the health issues that didn't allow him to participate. His mother didn't let him sign the contract, which would have covered all the rehabs. And he went to 6 rehabs at $40,000 a piece, and I had to pay cash for all of them. And he was on life support, and I walked out in the hallway, and I said, Hulk, I need $15,000. He said, it'll be in your bank in 10 minutes.
Wow.
True story.
Wow. And then
he never asked for it back.
Even when you tried, right? Even when you brought it up, he said, forget about it.
I said, yeah. He said, brother, he is. He wanted to be good. He wanted me to come to his karaoke restaurant, and I went. And I mean, we had some great times. And we lived different lifestyles because he wasn't running around Sue like me. But there's a mutual respect and a mutual understanding of who we were. And I never was jealous of Hulk's success. I was pissed about my grade pay.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense?
Yes.
But that he had nothing to do with that. He can't control that.
I love this photo right here. I mean, this is my childhood. I mean, look at these legends here. That's
what I said to him. I've been looking for you, big man.
Incredible. And I so appreciate this. I'll let you go in a moment. But can I ask Rick, we're celebrating him here. When he passed, as you know, it was a complicated legacy at the end, and some people wanted to really harp on that. How do you think it's been fair, the coverage of him? Or are you upset about some of the things that are being said?
No, I'll be honest with you. I knew you were going to ask me this question, or I hoped you would, because I kept track of it. If 128 people text me and not one negative word, you know what I mean? everybody has their pitfalls and things happen, and we don't have control of. But he, man, whatever was going on that made somebody uncomfortable, it blew right by him.
Hmm.
I hate that they have to always mention that, but that's just the way social media works. But trust me, he was anything but that, and he paid the price.
Do you,
Anything bad, excuse me.
right. Can I ask how are you doing, Rick? I saw a tweet recently where you said cancer free, right?
Yeah, see my forehead?
Yes.
Yes, I'm finally getting there, babe.
I love it. So no issues whatsoever. How are you feeling? How are you doing?
I feel great. I'm gonna plank again for 4 minutes tomorrow.
Oh my gosh. You go 4 minutes straight?
I did 3 the other day.
God.
I was drinking.
You're still drinking?
Of course I am.
Oh my God. No break?
Ariel.
Oh my dear. I love it. What do you got there?
Kettle One soda, cranberry and lime.
Okay. Is that the one of choice?
Hey, I can still do 500 free squats any day of the week.
Oh my gosh. That is and so the body's feeling good. You're feeling like
That's it. I'm supposed to be dead. Angelo Mosca told me when I was 24, if I lived to be 30, I'd be overstaying my welcome. Well, 76 and going strong.
unbelievable. Are you still watching the product? Are you watching wrestling these days?
Oh yeah. Well, I'll always watch my daughter. I don't watch the product as much as I used to, but I stay current with it because I so much respect to the guys. It's a tough business, and even though it's a total different business from when I lived, it's still a very tough business. And I read where somebody gets injured every day, and it's the guys, they've raised the level of the bar of moves off the top rope and shit like that. It's not necessary, but I mean, to this day I'll never forget what my son said to me, the one that passed away. He said, "Dad, can you do a moonsault like Shawn Michaels?" I said, "What are you asking me?" It broke my heart.
Oh my gosh. He was ribbing you.
Beg your pardon?
He was ribbing you.
No, he wasn't. He was serious.
Oh my gosh.
And the answer was I couldn't do a moonsault.
How do you feel about the stuff that your daughter's been doing lately? Are you happy?
My daughter's the greatest wrestler in the history of the business.
Love it.
I mean, there's who can do a corkscrew moonsault off the top rope at 5'11" and $155. And the stuff that she's doing right now. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening. Yeah.
The stuff that she's doing right now with Alexa Bliss, I think, is the best part of the show.
Yeah. I didn't like when the personal stuff came out.
You're talking about
with Tiffany.
Yeah, you know what? I'm embarrassed for her, and I'm not going to say anymore. I don't want it to affect anything.
I get it.
That was the cheapest shit I've ever heard in my life.
I wasn't sure if it was a work or a shoot.
What's that?
I wasn't sure if it was a work or a shoot.
Well, whatever it was hurtful.
Yeah.
And if it was a shoot, that's even worse.
Right.
Because that's nothing to joke about. Does that make sense?
100%. And can I ask? A couple of weeks ago, we had Bill Goldberg on the show. He had his retirement match. Did you watch that?
I did.
Did you like it?
No, not really.
Why not?
I mean, I always told Bill. I mean, Bill's got enough money. I don't think he needed to do that. There's nothing wrong with it. I hold Bill in a high esteem because you have no idea how much he's been ridiculed just from jealousy. You know what I mean? And I'm glad he had it. I know he wanted his son to see it. His son's playing football at Colorado and all that. I just hate to see anybody that when you can't give your best. You know what I mean? I was lucky with Sean. I mean, I was so far from being the best back then, but I had Shawn Michaels lead me. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So, and Sean carried me, trust me, because I was very insecure and worried about it. And then Sean made me a hero. So there's only a few special people in the world. You know what I mean? The Takers, the Seans, the HBKs, Triple H's. I could go down the list. Randy Orton's. I mean, there's a long list of great people. But Shawn Michaels gave me that match, and man, I didn't deserve it. I was in shape for it, but I was a cosmetic nightmare at 59. You know what I mean? So I'm lucky. Kevin Dunn calls it the greatest WrestleMania moment of all time. I'll take that.
I love it. I love it. I'll ask you two last ones, and then I'll let you go and enjoy your day. And thank you so much for this. Really appreciate it, Rick.
No, I'm honored. Thank you.
It's a huge honor for us. An honor beyond words. If someone wanted to go and reminisce a bit about, Michael Jordan against LeBron James, Ric Flair against Hulk Hogan, what's the match that you would suggest they watch today to remember the dynamic that you two had? What was your favorite Hulk Hogan match?
Oh, the one in Bash at the Beach, which financed Nitro.
Yes.
The one with Shaquille O'Neal with Sherry Martel.
That was before he turned heel, right?
Yeah. This is when he just got there.
Yeah. So I guess
we went to Orlando for Bash at the Beach and Sherry Martel. Yeah, we had we just what? We never even talked about it. We just went out there and did our thing,
Yeah, you also had in '94 Mr. T and Muhammad Ali involved in your Halloween Havoc match. Remember that?
Yeah, I do. My retirement match, where after I lost, I was supposed to be out for a year. And of course, they called me back in a month.
Yeah. Incredible.
Good old Eric.
Yes, those were the days. Do you know that according to our research, 6 of his last 9 matches were against you? You were involved in some way, shape, or form.
Well, I'm thankful because I sure had fun doing it.
How do you want?
I told you the story. He used to throw me in. We'd always be the dark match after TV, right? And
yeah.
He'd say to me, "Hey, brother, listen to me when I say room service. Big boot, leg. We're going to the hotel."
Incredible.
Yeah, we had so much. I just said, "Okay, man, if that works for Vince, it works for me."
How would you like for people to remember your friend Terry Bollea?
Well, right now, I don't know how to say it anymore than to say he's the biggest star in the history of the business. And I consider him and Steve Austin to be the 2 biggest stars that I've ever seen in all parts of this industry. And you got to remember that I wrestled Buddy Rogers and Pat O'Connor and the Funks and Harley and the Briscoes. I mean, but if you look at Steve and what they drew and look at Hulk and what he did, different eras, but the 2 biggest of all time, and both equally generous. When I've had tough times, Austin called me and tried to cheer me up. And when Hulk, if I had tough times, Hulk was there too. So what more can you ask for than that? And how many people get that kind of support and that friendship from people that don't have to do anything?
God bless you, Rick. Thank you so much. Really appreciate
God bless
this.
you. Thanks for having me on, man.
You're the man. Thank you so much. This means the world. Enjoy your day, and so happy to hear and see that you are doing well, and you've got 30, 40 more in you, all right? So pace yourself out there, okay?
Oh, I hope so.
All the best, Rick. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
There he is, the great Ric Flair, the one and only, the limousine riding, jet plane flying, kiss stealing, wheeling dealing, son of a gun. Oh, my God. Ric Flair. Ric freaking Flair. Nate, the nature boy. What a treat that was. What a treat. GC, you know you're from Ric Flair country, right? Do you know this, right?
Yeah.
The South.
Yep.
Atlanta.
Yeah.
You know
Hulk
about
Hogan also born in Georgia, no?
Augusta,
Yeah.
but never really associated with Augusta.
Yeah.
More of a Venice Beach, California, Florida guy. Actually, never really was from Venice Beach, but they billed him from Venice Beach. That's WCW country right there. That's NWA.
Shout out.
Like where you grew up, he was Babe Ruth.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's what they said, walking around.
Oh, my God. Ric Flair. What a guy. What an honor that was. I love that guy.
Legend. Putting back vodka cranberries.
Oh, my. Oh, my God. Still got it. Still got it. The Nature Boy. And so happy to hear and see that he is doing well. Golly. We can talk more. And tomorrow on the program, we'll talk more about the great Terry Bollea, Hulk Hogan. And, try to do our best to remember him in the most respectful way possible. But appreciate Rick coming on. Who better than him, in my opinion? I was trying to think of the perfect guest, and that was more of a Hail Mary long shot. So thankful that he came on, truly. All right, let's move along. Last Tuesday, we found out that October 4th, Las Vegas, Nevada, a very important fight in the light heavyweight division going down. Obviously, we're getting the title fight, the rematch between Magomed Ankalaev and Alex Pereira. But on there, like I said, maybe as far as the back end of the year is concerned, the fight that I am most looking forward to is this one. Jiri Prochazka against Khalil Rountree, two of the very best at light heavyweight, number 2 versus number 4, with, in my opinion, a title shot on the line. The pride of the Czech Republic, kind enough to join us, the one and only Jiri Prochazka. Always love having him on. There he is. Hello, Jiri. How are you, my friend?
Hello, Ariel. I'm great. How are you?
Can I just say the hair is looking fantastic? This is is this a bit coiffed to the side here?
Yeah. Right now, yeah, I want to look good on your show, and right now I'm letting grow my hair a little bit again after the fight. So
you look like a gentleman. It's very classy. Yeah. I like it.
Man, I am.
You are. Eventually, though, we're going to come back to the ponytail, right?
Yeah.
That's the plan.
That's it.
Okay, so I love this fight. Are you happy with the fight? Were you looking for this fight? Was this the one that you wanted?
Man, this is one of the fight what I wanted to have, because the Khalil is one of the. He seems like that. Or when I met him in Vegas, he looked like ideal opponent. Yeah, because he's a normal guy, technical, strategic, very dynamic. So this is the opponent who I like to face. I wanted to fight Ankalaev because there was a lot of trash talking after my fight, and from his side, well, there was a lot of not good words.
Yeah,
but doesn't matter. This fight, it's not just about. It's about to get the title, sure, but right now I'm really looking to show the best performance, and this is for me the number one in this game, to show the best performances, and I believe with Khalil we can make a great fight.
Regarding those messages from Ankalaev, do you think that's coming from him, or do you think it's from his manager?
Who knows? Like I said many times, I stopped to take him seriously, because after these words and these tweets, what he wrote, or his manager or whoever, this is for me not a professional and not champion stand. So that's it.
Yeah. And so ultimately they're doing the rematch with Pereira, and he was saying some stuff about him too. I love the fact that your fight is on the same card as theirs. has there been any indication if for whatever reason, if Pereira can't fight, they always have a backup fighter. I would imagine either you or Rountree get the call. Is it you?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so you'll be the backup.
Yeah.
Okay. And so that
was the deal with UFC. Yeah.
Okay. And furthermore, the winner of your fight against Rountree, do they fight for the belt?
Yes.
That's what they said.
Yeah.
Okay, I love
it's not yet on the paper.
Sure.
But we are right now. That was their word. So
that makes all the sense. Who else would it be, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Because of the words that you were talking about, are you hoping that it's Ankalaev who keeps the belt so that you get a chance to fight him? You win, he wins.
Man,
is that your hope?
My hope is let the better win. Really, because with Alex Pereira, there is a
history.
There is a story. Yeah, there is a story, and third fight. In a third fight, there is no other way to what to do just to show the victory. And with him in a third fight, that will be great. And second line to fight Ankalaev. It will be not just for me. It will be not just an honor, but I would like to fight Ankalaev. Yeah.
Can I ask, who do you think wins that fight, Ankalaev or Pereira?
Man, right now and in the first fight, it was the same thing. How good will be Alex Pereira?
Right.
Because in first fight, he didn't attack too much. He was he kept himself a little bit back. So I think even in his best shape, he will win for sure. But let's see. Ankalaev did a great work with the catching hands up and down, changing levels. Yeah, he did a great work with Alex. Yeah.
Is it true that they talked to you about fighting Ankalaev, but you wanted to finish your exams and all that and said, I'm not interested?
Yeah, that's right. After the fight with Jamal in January, I said to everyone, I want to finish the first university, and then I want to be focused for the fights and for whatever will be before me. So right now, everything is done. University is done, and right now I can be fully focused for my main job, which is the fighting. So
incredible.
So I'm really, yeah. Thank you. I'm really, really happy that I finished that, and man, it's like a long part of my life behind me, and right now I can be focused just for one thing, what I like most.
Congratulations. This is an incredible achievement. Here on this tweet, you said, this is June 10th, you said that the thesis is done, final exam in 2 weeks. So now the exams are over too?
What? One more time?
In that tweet, you wrote thesis done, and now final exams in 2 weeks, but that was June 10th. Yeah. So I'm assuming you finished the final exams.
Yes, 23rd of June. Amazing. It was, yeah.
How did you do?
Everything's successful. So there was 3 parts of the questions, a lot of questions. So everything was successful. For I think, for my opinion, I'm really happy that I was prepared. I took that really seriously. maybe same serious like for a fight preparation. So 1 month for me, it was just I took one office for to be there with my colleague, with my students, and we just learned together, because I was not lazy to study alone, but maybe I'm too old for just studying by myself, to read the book and study just alone at home. So I did this. And it was really, really good. And I'm happy that I found a new way how to learn a lot of papers, a lot of informations by this way. Yeah.
It's amazing to see how dedicated you were. Ultimately, now, what does this get? Like, what do you want to do with the diploma that you earned here? What does this do for you?
Man, this is the most funniest part, because I did that just because I wanted.
Oh wow!
I just wanted to stay sharp here, and be in the shape, like in my brain, and stay focused just in the field where I'm focused to, because the studying was about like the education of the education of how to say, departments, and like securities and all these things. Like, so there was a lot of martial arts, biochemistry, physiology, and all these things. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, that makes it even more impressive that you were just doing it to stay sharp up here, doing it because you wanted to. Incredible. But now that it's done, there's no more study. Like, you're not going to go for another one. You're done with the education. It's over.
Man, I like to stay just with my books, and with my informations, and maybe maybe I want to write some books by myself, but it took a time. Yeah.
Did you have a chance to watch Rountree's last fight against Jamal Hill?
Sure. Yeah. Yes. I watched it.
What did you think of his performance in the win?
Very, very careful performance, patient, and my opinion, I don't like that. I don't like that performance, because he gave Jamal too much of chances to be back in the fight, to give him again the chance to win the fight, or to do something, whatever, because he had many chances to finish him, decisively. So that was not good. That was really not good from him. And but with the patient, he was very patient, and what surprised me was Jamal Hill's performance. I thought, like, about after his like a lot of trash talking and his words, he will show like a much better fight than he showed. Yeah.
Even in the aftermath of the fight, like they were talking to each other after 25 minutes, and it was a little weird because he had 25 minutes to fight him, and then he's like in his face. But it was strange, to do that when you have a whole fight and nothing really happened in the fight, and then in the aftermath you're doing the talking thing.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, man. That's why I said, like, it was strange from the Khalil that he left him like to recover and still survive the fight, and Jamal didn't show anything, and he was still like too how to say, too self-confident after the fight. So man, go if you want fight on the top level, go there and show your best. Totally. Right. No regrets. Totally show your best. And that was the fight.
Jamal said afterwards he's going to take a break now, perhaps because of these performances. Do you think that's a good idea?
I think let he do whatever he wants. What he knows what's the best for him. Maybe I think he maybe whatever he can change some training methods or take some fresh attitude to see his training or whatever. So man, really understand like he needs to change something. Yeah.
When Rountree fought Pereira, you know Pereira very well, especially those first couple rounds. I thought he did really well in his first big fight, title fight, main event. Were you impressed by what he did? And if so, what impressed you in terms of the way he fought Pereira?
Man, that was this little bit same when Jamal Hill he was given like the chance was given to the Jamal Hill to fight the Glover, because I don't know what was the position, what was the number of position when the Rountree fought Pereira. Do you know?
Like his ranking?
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, I don't remember, but he was low. He was like 8 or something.
Something like that. Yeah. And this is it. When some of these guys from the not top 5 but above the top 5, 8, 9, like around the 10th position, when you gave them the chance to fight a champion, man, this is the chance. This is like the lucky card. Yeah, you have this chance, and you have to show the best performance in your life. So I was not surprised that Khalil showed a really great performance in the fight with Pereira. So yeah, it was a great performance. It was a really good performance, really dynamic, really patient, great defense, and that was a beautiful fight. Yeah, and from the side of Pereira too, because in his long winning streak, to show the like really good performance, especially with a really hungry guy like Khalil was. So that was really good.
I said when this fight was announced, I love this fight so much. I'm a big fan of both of you and Rountree. My only complaint is I kind of wish it was 5-round main event, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's no need for 5 rounds.
Yeah, that was my that was something what I wanted from UFC to have a 5 rounds with Khalil too. When we have fights, I wanted to have a 5 rounds with him, but they gave us like just 3 rounds because there is Merab.
Yeah.
And yes, and the last fight. Yeah.
A couple of weeks ago, arguably the greatest champion of all time, light heavyweight champion John Jones retired. I saw you tweet to him, congratulations. I think his legacy is a little bit complicated because of the PEDs. What do you think of that? Is that fair or is that unfair?
Whatever has happened. But I just wanted to comment the great cage career, because there was a lot of fights where he showed like really good great performance, and this is the this is the most important. Yeah, what not just I don't like to say that, like it's the performance in the cage is the more important than how you talking before the fight, how you talking after the fight, and all these things. Because for me right now, it's everything the same importance. But I just wanted to say that he showed a great performances in the fights and a lot of inspiration.
Mm-hmm.
I took from these fights a lot of inspirations, like from these old school guys like Fedor Emelianenko, George St. Pierre, Anderson Silva, Vitor Belfort, and all these like guys. So
Much respect, and I understand completely where you're coming from. I have to say, Jiri, I love your YouTube channel, but I was watching a video. It gave me so much anxiety, this video. Like, I felt it in my chest when you were swimming under the ice. Jiri, this is I mean, you do some crazy stuff, but this to me is my nightmare. You wanted to swim 30 meters underwater under the ice. How did you do this, Jiri? This gave me so much anxiety watching this.
Man, I didn't believe that I can do this because it was the first when the idea came. I thought like, man, this is real challenge.
Yeah.
This is not like something what you know, like in a cage or whatever, or some cage fighting or some lifting or whatever. This is something what will prove my calm, calm mind, and all these abilities. What I'm speaking about, how to be calm in the dangerous situation, how to face a real danger, how to face death. And that was the chance to prove myself that I know how to control myself in this dangerous situation. And so I took a team in Switzerland, and there we have one day for preparation for these dive, and it was successful. I'm happy that I'm here.
Were you nervous?
Sure. Like every time when you're doing something what you really don't know what's happened, you are every time nervous, but your belief have to be stronger.
And could I ask, what were they doing? Like, it looked like they had a thing to guide you. It almost looked like a broom or something like that. What is that? Is that so you know where to go and then where to come up?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It was they just show me the where to go, which way to, because there was a little bit dark.
Yeah.
There was a little bit dark. So I just wanted to know that I'm going in the right direction. So that was it.
Jeez.
And there was one camera guy. Yeah.
So that was just you and a camera guy down there.
Yeah.
And is the camera guy like some kind of expert, or is he just like a friend of yours?
Yeah, he was an expert.
Okay.
And he waited for me after the first 20 meters. After first 20 meters, he waited for me, like to see where I'm swimming, if I'm swimming in the right direction, and to camp that. Yeah.
And do you have any sort of oxygen, or is it just nothing?
Just for breath. Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah.
And you know what struck me? Everyone's wearing like a full bodysuit except for you.
Yeah.
How cold is that water?
No, it is cold. So man, and that's something really fun, because I know the ice cold water. I know how to swim under the water, but in a normal pool. But when you give it together, especially in a frozen lake under the ice, and the darkness around you, that's another game. Yeah, that's something another. Yeah.
Will you do it again? Why not?
Man, why not?
Okay. I wouldn't do it once, let alone again. I felt so much stress just watching you do that. I was more power to you.
Man,
much respect.
You can imagine whatever you want, but once you step under that ice and you start to swim, this is something unexpected, like for the brain. So the to be able to keep the calm under in this situation is the most important. And then you realize that the power to keep the calm in every situation is something what is the most important thing in the life.
Did you recently open up a new gym, the BJP Institute?
Yeah. Right now, we are like not yet, but right now we are in the finishing the work there, and me and the two of my coaches, we connect together to let the rise. I believe the best gym in Czech Republic, and we are in the work. And in November, 11 November, we will open that. Right now, I will just prepare just by myself there.
Okay, so it will be open to the public, to regular people.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
Wow! But you'll train there as well.
Sure. Yes. Yeah.
Oh my god!
But it will be mainly focused for the like young professional athlete, and like the people who just think seriously about the martial arts and about their way in the athlete's life.
Okay. Well, congratulations and good luck with that. Good luck with the fight.
Thank you.
Looking forward to it very much. October 4th. It's good to have you back. It's been a long stretch here because your last one was in January, so almost a year between fights, but I know you were busy.
Man, for you, it's a long time, but for me, it was under ice swimming, and finishing university, climbing the mountains. So there is every month there is a new challenge for me, and I'm happy to be back in preparation and see you October 4th.
Oh yeah, and I saw even yesterday you were with the Tigers, I think, yesterday, right? I saw.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
This is the Lions, and I was in zoo in a city like near here, and
Look at these guys.
Watch the Tigers, because their foundation is working like they trying to get back to tigers from the cages to give them back to the nature.
Okay. Incredible. What a guy you are, Jiri. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. All the best to you. Good luck in training for this fight, and we can't wait to see you back in there October 4th against Khalil Rountree. What an incredible fight that is.
Thank you.
All right, talk to you soon. There he is, the one and only Jiri Prochazka. Let's go for that. The man, the pride of the Czech Republic. What a fight that is, and what a card. So far, 3 fights. Ankalaev Pereira 2. Merab Sandhagen 1. Jiri against Rountree. And as he just said, they're going to be the the number one contender fight, and also he was told that he'll be the backup fighter in case anything happens. Now, we hope nothing happens, of course, because I think we all want to see that rematch, some kind of finality to their rivalry, but light heavyweight, not too bad these days. Certainly better than heavyweight. Don't forget there's Carlos Ulberg out there. Jan Blachowicz always out there. Rakic, I saw, just signed a new deal with the UFC. Dominic Reyes making a comeback. Zhang Mingyang, everyone excited about him. He's returning in August 23rd. So there's things to be excited about. 205, slowly but surely, coming out of the darkness. No joke, not enough money in the world for me to do that ice diving thing that he did. I think, like, skydiving to me is insane. I think I would rather do skydiving than ice diving.
For real?
100%.
Oh, I'm doing the ice diving. I can't do skydiving.
The idea of, like, being under and pressing up and you can't get out, you can't figure it out, you can't find the hole, feels like the most terrifying experience of one's life.
He's wearing goggles.
Yeah.
Clear blue water.
But what if you can't find the hole?
Guy's under there with him.
Yeah, I know, but both of them can't find the hole.
He grabs the wrist. That's what the broom's there for.
The broom is going to guide you in that pitch black water?
It's not pitch black.
Also, freezing cold.
Yeah, that would be the most difficult part is how cold it is.
That's not the most difficult part. The most difficult part is being in there and you're like...
Actually, the most difficult part is the 30 meters, one breath.
Imagine you're like this.
No, I'm not going to imagine that, man, because I'm just going to go find the hole.
Oh, my God.
I wouldn't stop and be like, oh, God. I would be like, where the fuck is the hole?
You ever see the movies? There's a movie, I think it's, is it The Good Son? Macaulay Culkin, circa 1993, where he can't...
Ooh, Frank. The dulcet tones today.
Chill out. Frank, my wife's watching, for goodness sakes. I mean, golly, is that Barry White? Anyway, terrifying stuff. Thank you very much, Jiri Prochazka. Appreciate him very much. Let's move along to our next guest. He was in action this past weekend in Abu Dhabi. A nice, solid, I would say, a y'all must have forgot type of win for Petr Yan. Did he necessarily have to take this fight? No, but he keeps him active and puts him right in line for a title shot, fighting the winner of Merab Dvalishvili versus Corey Sandhagen. He is kind enough to join us. Let us say hello to the one and only Petr Yan. There he is. Spasiba, Petr. How are you?
Ariel, hello, brother. Thank you. I'm good.
Nice to see you, my friend. Thank you for coming on. And I believe Sayat is here as well to help us out, right, Sayat?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, but you don't need help anymore, Petr, right? Your English is great.
Need.
You need.
Brother, I like when my translator work too.
Okay. If you're up, he's up. I understand. Congratulations on the win. Are you happy with the performance?
Поздравляю с победой, доволен ты выступлением. Давай.
Ты же должен работать, брат, тоже, понимаешь?
Давай, чуть-чуть поработай сам. Доволен ли ты своим выступлением?
Yes, I'm happy for my win, and everything was good. I beat my opponent, and we'll see what will next.
Yes, there was some talk, and I know you addressed it as well, because he was lower than you in the rankings, that maybe the fight didn't make sense from a matchup standpoint, or that maybe you would be lacking motivation. Was it hard for you at all? Because you have been fighting such, big names, top-ranked guys, to be motivated for this fight.
Учитывая его рейтинг, многие говорили, что в этом бою нет смысла. Сложно ли тебе было на него настроиться, учитывая, что все твои предыдущие соперники были топовые бойцы, чемпионы? Сложно ли было именно настроиться на такого соперника?
Мне не было сложно настроиться. Соперник просто, да, он такой нестандартный, корявый. Не особо много информации у меня о нем было, поэтому по ходу старался так до первого раунда, собирал для себя какие-то ключи.
Yeah, it wasn't too hard for me to focus and be motivated. Yes, I didn't know much about him before, and that's why I had to, in the first round, had to get my reads and to find the keys to win him.
By the way, can I ask you, Petr, where are you right now? It looks like you're in a nightclub.
Yes, brother, it's nightclub.
Really? Is that true?
Really. Now I gonna do big party disco.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Only my disco stop only because I talk with you, huh?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No problem, brother. Everything for you, huh?
I appreciate that. Spasiba. Thank you.
Welcome.
Did you hurt your leg in the beginning of the fight?
Повредил ли ты ногу в начале боя?
А, брат, что-то нога немножко побаливает, не знаю. Видно, нет?
Oh, wow. It's very swollen.
Yeah, it hurts a little bit.
Is it broken?
I don't
Сломано?
know. I don't know. After 2 days, I go to home and there I will do X-ray.
X-ray. Yeah. Was that in the first round?
Yeah, it was in first round when my opponent changed sample. Huh?
Change stance,
Yeah.
Change stance.
and he checks the kick, yeah.
My homework was I have to punch right leg, punch first his leg, low kick, and punch high kick, punch leg,
Kick,
body kick, body kick, yeah. And when I first time punch my right leg, I felt my leg was bad, was problem.
Did it bother you a lot in the second and third rounds, or were you able to ignore it?
Сильно ли тебя беспокоило во втором-третьем раунде?
Ну, я старался об этом не думать, но просто я не мог ей продолжать бить, там, пинать, делать определенную работу, выбивать переднюю ногу постоянно.
Yeah, I was trying not to think about it, but I couldn't kick with it, I couldn't really use my game plan, against him.
Right. Well, in the end, it was still a very good win, a dominant win. And I love the fact that you, especially, we saw this even in your last fight, bringing your family into the cage. Why is this so important for you to bring your family after your wins? I saw you call for them afterwards. Why do you make a point now of doing this?
Почему важно тебе именно, чтобы семью пригласить в клетку, с ними разделить этот момент?
Вот, но у меня мальчики. Для них это очень такая хороший пример, мотивация, во-первых. Во-вторых, они сами очень этого желают. Они мне до боя говорили: папа, мы хотим выйти к тебе в клетку, мы хотим тебя поддерживать. Я не особо хотел даже брать с собой на бой, но они очень этого хотят, просят, и я уже не мог просто им отказать.
I have boys, and I believe it's a good example for them to show my work. But also it's their desire, they always ask me, can we be there, can we go? And even though I was hesitant to bring them, but they really insisted to be there and to support me.
Do they get very nervous watching you fight? You're their father, they love you so much. What do they feel when they're watching you in the cage?
Нервничают они или переживают, когда смотрят твои бои, что они ощущают?
Ну, они дают подсказки, они там что-то, жена говорит, выкрикивают, там, делай так, делай бросок, подсечку. Наверное, переживают, но как-то так.
Yeah, as my wife tells me, they try to shout instruction at me, they try to tell me what to do, basically being my extra cornermen. So probably they're worried, but yeah, that's how they're being involved.
And you seem to fight well when they're in attendance. Do they show interest in following in your footsteps? Do you think they will be fighters too?
Ну и, похоже, ты выступаешь лучше, когда они в зале. Есть ли у них желание тоже пойти по твоим стопам?
Не то, что выступаю лучше, не думаю я так, конечно, что когда я выступаю лучше, просто наоборот, есть дополнительный тоже какой-то момент такой психологический, но в целом я доволен. Для них тоже это хороший пример и мотивация. Вот. Конечно же, я не буду против, если они будут развиваться в этом направлении и будут желать выступать по единоборствам. Буду только поддерживать их, да.
Yeah, I don't really think that way. Definitely there's mental aspect to it when they're in attendance. And if they decide to follow my footsteps in martial arts, of course I will support them, but it's have to be their choice.
Have you been told, or were you told before this fight, you win this fight, you are next, you are getting a title shot?
Пообещали ли тебе перед этим боем, если ты выиграешь, что ты будешь следующим претендентом?
Нет, мне никто ничто не обещал. Я думаю, что здесь, если посмотреть на ситуацию нашего дивизиона, вообще кто находится там в топ-5 позиций, я считаю, что я заслуживаю больше всех быть следующим в очереди. Не вижу того, кто больше меня этого заслуживает.
No one promised me anything, but if we look at the situation in the division, I believe no one else deserves it more than me.
What if they say to you, okay, great, you're doing great, 3 in a row, all this stuff. One more, you have to fight Umar, and then you get a title shot. What do you say in response?
Что если они тебе скажут, ты отлично выступаешь, три победы подряд, но тебе нужно еще провести один бой с Умаром, чтобы ты им ответил?
Ну, я считаю, что это просто неуважительно будет с их стороны, так сказать. Я после своего крайнего поражения победил 3 соперников. Умар, как минимум, я считаю, должен тоже подраться несколько раз для того, чтобы претендовать на следующий бой за пояс.
I think it will be disrespectful, since my last defeat, I won 3 fights in a row. And I believe Umar also have to do some work, he have to win a couple times to be able to be in the mix for a title shot.
Did they try to book you guys on this card originally or last month? Was there talk? I saw some reports that there was some talk of you guys fighting. Was that a real thing?
Пробовали вам организовать этот бой как раз-таки на этом турнире, либо месяцем ранее?
Да, мне предложили 5-раундовый поединок на Азербайджан с Умаром, на что я дал согласие. После определенного времени от их команды поступила информация, что они не готовы, что у него травма, что готовы будут только в октябре.
Yes, I was offered a 5-round fight against Umar in Azerbaijan, which I accepted. But then from his team, the information came that they're not ready, and they will be only ready in October.
Okay. And so that's why I was asking, because the title is on the line in October, I was wondering if they would try to book you guys for that card, because they like to have a big fight on the same card as a title fight. But you're saying you're not interested. Is that accurate?
Да. Ты не заинтересован сейчас в этом бое, да, особенно в октябре на том же турнире с Мирабом и Кори.
Да, я заинтересован следующему за титул. Вот в чем я заинтересован сейчас.
Yeah, I'm only interested in a title fight. I'm interested in a winner of Mirab versus Corey.
Because of your history, you have a history with both guys, a win over Corey, a loss against Merab. Are you hoping it's Merab to get that one back? Is that what you're hoping for?
Учитывая, что ты с ними обоими бился, у вас есть история, победа над Кори, поражение от Мираба. Предпочитаешь ли ты, чтобы это все-таки был Мираб, чтобы получить реванш с ним?
Я думаю, да, было бы это гораздо для меня приятнее, если это будет Мираб. Я хотел бы подойти в абсолютно других кондициях к бою и показать абсолютно другой бой.
Yeah, for me, it will be better if it's going to be Mirab. I want to come to the next fight in a different condition and show much different fights than the last time.
What kind of a chance do you give Corey against Merab? Do you think he has a chance to beat him?
Какие шансы ты даешь Кори в поединке с Мирабом, есть ли у него шанс вообще?
Шанс, конечно же, есть у всех на победу. У Кори тоже, в принципе, универсальный боец. Но все же я думаю, что у него не хватит бензина.
Yeah, anybody has a chance, and the Corey is a universal, well-rounded fighter. But I believe he's not gonna have enough gas tank for it.
Would you say that you are impressed with Merab? Has he impressed you with what he's done, especially his last win over Sean?
Впечатлил ли тебя Мираб, его последнее выступление, особенно последний бой с Шоном?
Меня не впечатлил, в принципе, но это же было ожидаемо. По первому поединку, по второму поединку я знал, что Шон не сможет ничего сделать. Но если он не попадет, не знаю, в первом раунде, то дальше у него будут огромные проблемы. То, что мы и увидели.
I wasn't impressed only because it was expected, After the first fight, we saw what happened in the first fight, so I was expecting the same, If Sean not gonna land his punch in the first round, everybody knew how it's gonna end.
I saw a nice tweet from Merab to you, and then you responded back. How would you describe your relationship now after we saw this? Here, great fight, Petr Yan, congratulations. And then you wrote, thanks, Merab, good luck in your next fight. Hopefully it's me and you for the belt after. How would you describe your relationship with Merab now?
И Мираб после боя тебя поздравил, ты ему ответил, поблагодарил. Как бы ты сейчас описал ваши отношения с Мирабом?
Oh, his picture froze. I don't know if we lost him here, Sayat.
Yeah, I think so.
You think we? Oh no, he's back. He's back.
Oh, okay.
Petr, are you there?
Yeah.
Yes, he's back.
No,
Ты вопрос слышал, да?
Да, я слышал, да.
Ну и как ваши отношения с Мирабом сейчас?
Ну, у нас отношение какое, оно в предвкушении нашего поединка. Вот.
I think our relationship now you can describe as like we're both excited for second fight.
But no bad blood, right?
Но, никакой ненависти, так сказать, никакой.
Ну, у меня нету никакой ненависти, но я думаю, что у него тоже, поэтому только такой спортивный интерес, конечно. Но и опять же, тот факт, что я с ним дрался и не смог, так сказать, показать все свои возможности, это меня подкупает на то, чтобы в следующем поединке выжать максимум из себя.
Yeah, I don't have any bad blood towards him. I believe he also doesn't have any ill will towards me. The fact that we already fought also like only motivates me, just perform better in our next fight. It's just like sport interest, to find out who's really better.
And I saw you guys, you did a reality show with Aljamain. You guys are buddies now, you and Aljamain. No problem.
И вы делали реалити-шоу с Стерлингом, сейчас вы кенты?
Ну, я не сказал бы, что мы кенты, просто должен быть вместо Стерлинга Мираб, но Мираб не приехал. Последний день он сдал билеты, приехал Стерлинг, отдувался за Мираба.
I can't say we're buddies, it has to be Mirab in the first place, but he changed his mind in the last minute, so Sterling stepped up and replaced him, I had to do this job for him.
Yeah, I saw you guys do some nice videos, wrestling, the Oscar. It just seemed like you were friendly a couple of years ago. Maybe you're not friendly like that.
Mm-hmm. Было много интересных дружеских моментов, веселых с этого шоу. Пару лет назад можно было сказать, что вы не были настолько дружны.
Пару лет, да, конечно, мы были соперниками и не могли, так сказать, не было такой обстановки, да, накаленная обстановка была вообще такая, готовились друг к другу. А сейчас, в принципе, нормальные такие взаимоотношения, мы там, конечно, да, и шутили, и на протяжении месяца как-то контактировали вместе там, поэтому нету никаких
a couple years ago we were rivals. A couple years ago we were rivals and it was pretty heated rivalry. But this time we had to spend time together for almost a month, laugh together, and I'd say we have a good relationship now.
Could I ask you before I let you go? Bryce Mitchell made his debut at 135. Did you see his fight, and what did you think of his performance against Nurmagomedov, Said?
Видел ли ты именно дебют Брайса Митчелла на этом же турнире, на котором ты выступал, и его победу над Саидом?
Да, я в раздевалке...
Дебют именно вашей весовой категории, да?
Да, мы в раздевалке как раз находились, и я смотрел этот бой. 2 раунда посмотрел этого поединка. Интересный, нестандартный парень. Навязал свою работу, навязал такую свою вязкую борьбу. К чему Саид в моменте либо подпросил функционально, либо не смог удержать свою такую нужную работу, дистанцию, защищаться. Поздравляю вас с победой. Хорошее, так сказать, начало бантамвейтов. И желаю ему успехов.
Yeah, I was in the locker room and I saw a couple rounds of this fight. He's an interesting fighter, great debut in bantamweight. He will kind of force his fight style on Said, and maybe Said got tired or couldn't really push his own pace. And pretty great debut for Bryce, which I congratulate him with.
Did you see when a reporter asked him a question in Russian and he thought it was Arabic?
Видел ли ты отрывок видео, где журналист спросил ему вопрос на русском, и он думал, что журналист говорит по-арабски, и ответил по-арабски?
Нет, не видел. Don't see.
No. I think that was a no, right? Нет.
Yeah, he didn't see.
He didn't say. Oh, it's good. It's a good one. What kind of club is this, by the way? What kind of nightclub?
Что за клуб, где ты находишься?
Brother, it's hotel.
Oh.
When I live now.
It looks like a nightclub with the lights and all that. That's a hotel?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were...
Same nightclub, yes.
Okay, I thought you were really at the disco. I was really honored that you would do the interview with me outside.
Он реально поверил, что ты в клубе, в дискотеке.
Скажи ему, я не хожу по клубам, да.
I don't really go to the clubs.
I understand. You're a family man. I understand. Okay, well, congratulations. Thank you for coming on. Congratulations. Great performance. And we hope to see you again soon, hopefully for a title shot.
Ariel, thank you so much, brother. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you,
my translator, Sayat.
Spasiba to both of you. Great job. We'll talk to you soon. Safe travels home. Bye-bye. There he is. Yeah, wow. Guys. Look at those muscles. Petr Yan, the freaking man. Yeah. The man at 135. He is back. He's on a roll now, 3 in a row. I would have to assume that he is next. You look at the rankings. Merab 1. Well, technically Merab's champ. Sean 1. I always feel like the champ should be 1, but I get it. Umar 2. Yan 3. Sandhagen 4. Song 5. Why do I get the feeling that they're going to try to do Umar versus Yan in October? Does anyone else get that feeling? Am I crazy?
I sure do.
I wouldn't mind it. That'd be a banger.
I kind of feel like he's done enough at this point, though, no?
Yeah, I mean, he fights only the best of the best.
Yeah. McGhee, not even in the top 10? Did I miss him there?
No. He wasn't in the top 10.
He was like 12, right?
Yeah.
That was a solid win. Did what he had to do. Hurt his foot, so obviously that would have impacted the way in which he fought. I feel like they're going to offer it to him. The question is, does he take it? I feel like he's going to be backed into a corner here.
The fact that he took the McGhee fight makes me think he'll eventually come around to it.
What's going on with Frank back there? Was that Frank? What was that?
No, that wasn't even Frank.
He's down bad, bro.
No, that was something else.
What happened, Frank? That's fucking bullshit.
If this thing goes viral in the control room, we ain't gonna have a show for a few weeks.
Has he been just yakking over there? What's happening?
I don't know. Couple extended bathroom breaks. A lot of hacking. Very little talking, which is not like Frank.
Yeah. No commentary? No running commentary?
No commentary.
He could speak through the drops. Well, Petr Yan with the big win. Did you guys watch the Sharmagomedov versus Marc-André Barriault fight? What a fight.
Sure did.
Fantastic fight. I thought MAB was going to have that insane comeback in the second round.
First of all, so I watched this fight as well with my son. He thought that he was Irish. He thought that Sharmagomedov was Irish.
The red beard.
Yeah. And then the cut. So the two fights that I showed him were the Steve Nguyen fight and this one. The cut at the top of the head, he's like, what is going on? And then there's a period there where MAB has him up against the cage. Like he is just rubbing his head. I almost feel like this was part of the game plan. Like, let me just rub my blood all over this guy's face. Charabullah was unflappable throughout all of it. Then the beard started turning even redder. It was
that picture going
stuff.
into the second round where he's like, you see the eye and he's covered in blood and the beard is just drenched with blood. It was intense.
Gnarly.
It was a sick fight, though. It was a sick fight.
Yeah, it was a fun fight. He got back on track.
Yeah, I mean, Char looked great through like the first round and a half, and then bounced back really nicely in the third round as well.
Yeah, a good win for him following the loss to Michael Venom Page back in February. Asu Almabayev beat Jose Ochoa via decision. Bogdan Guskov with the first-round win over Nikita Krylov. Very nice TKO win. Bryce Mitchell against Said Nurmagomedov. What did you guys think of Bryce at 135? I thought
just what the doctor ordered for him.
Yeah, got a little dicey there at the beginning.
Yeah, but
Big knee.
just to get this one under your belt, and to be honest, like he didn't look like he struggled that much on the scale. Like he looked pretty solid. I think this was a move that maybe he could have made a while ago. I'm interested to see it because I think there's a lot of fun matchups for him at 35. So I was happy to see it. I think it's a nice move for him. It's just what the doctor ordered after. I think he's gone as far as he can, kind of at 45.
The stats from the third round are kind of crazy.
Oh yeah.
No significant strikes landed by Bryce Mitchell. 4 minutes and 11 seconds of control time, though.
Wow. Incredible. He probably lost the first round, right? But then 1, 2, and 3.
I believe that's how it was scored on the
Yeah.
on the judges' scorecards. Yeah.
Let me see this here. UFC stats per round.
0 of 1.
Wow,
significant strikes.
0%. That's crazy.
Yeah. 8 of 11 strikes. 27 of 31 for Saeed. Not a lot of strikes in that fight. Period.
And so you think? I wonder, is there a scorecard here? Who did they have winning the first? I thought Saeed won the first.
They scored it for Bryce. In the
They
third.
did?
Yeah, well, yeah, a lot of people were up in arms about it. I can't lie, this was a fight that I only had one eye on.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow, 0%. I don't know if I've ever seen that in a UFC fight. Golly.
0 of 1.
Yeah, they
With
scored
four-
it for
with 4 minutes
Nurmagomedov.
of
Oh, they
control.
did. So then,
Yeah.
and so they gave Bryce the third,
Yeah,
despite that.
I mean,
Despite-
he had 4
he
minutes, 11
controlled him the entire
Yeah,
time.
but no damage. Nothing.
Nah, it doesn't. Like it can't. Yes.
I know.
Did he get any damage done back to him?
Yeah.
Yeah, they gave him the first. They gave Saeed the first.
You guys saw that clip of the guy asking him a question in Russian?
Yeah, I saw it.
Assalamu alaikum, my brother.
Yeah.
Shukran, my brother.
He memorized a few things.
That was great. He was so excited to bust it out.
No, respect.
Yeah, he was.
Respect, bro.
That's
me whenever I go to a foreign country.
What's worse?
Guten
That's when, I
Tag.
ordered, that's when I ordered tacos at a Mexican restaurant.
What's worse? That I can't laugh. What's worse? That or me thinking that Armin was Muslim? Remember that one? I got roasted for that one.
I don't
Yeah.
remember that. What
I
happened?
said Assalamu alaikum, and he's like, "Oh, I'm Christian, brother."
Oh.
I was like, "Well, you still speak.
Merry Christmas, man.
You could still speak. By the way, you still speak in Lebanon. My parents spoke Arabic.
I was just thinking
But I
the
got
same
killed
thing.
for
You
that
can
one.
still speak Arabic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did see that one, but my favorite Bryce Mitchell of the week was 2-3 years. Go send him to Arkansas. Forget
Oh yeah.
after
yeah,
the
yeah.
fight. That was incredible.
Legendary. Muslim Salikhov, the ageless wonder. 41, 42.
Fuck, 41, man.
40.
Ageless Wonder is right.
I gotta say, Pizzi was all over this one.
Pizzi nailed it all week.
Pizzi was like, "What the fuck is up with this line? It's insane. Muslim's gonna win."
He actually did a Muslim Salikov Davy Grant parlay and
Oh wow.
like gassed it up on the crack the day before.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
Nailed it.
But huge dog, and Pizzi was like so sure.
He was so sure. I was like, I think I'm at Carlos Leal. He's like, you fucking idiot. You're wrong. It's Salikov. This was Frank picking Bobby Green-esque.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. No, he was very confident, and then afterwards, Salikhov saying he wanted to fight Wonderboy Thompson, which
I mean,
makes
they're
sense.
kind of the guys that
Yeah.
you wanna
Karate
see.
Kids.
Yeah.
2 Karate Kids in their early 40s.
Mr. Russia versus Mr. America. Why not?
That's how they're branding it.
Davy Grant got the win over Damon Blackshear. Tabitha Ricci beat Amanda Hebus, and afterwards, Hebus saying that she needed to have facial surgery, that she had a plate in her face and it got like moved.
Oh.
Yeah.
Gnarly stuff.
Yeah, because like the finish was like, it was like a delayed reaction. almost.
Yeah.
No,
That
it's
is-
nasty stuff by Ricci.
Yeah. Ricci improves to 12-3. Billy Elkana with unanimous decision win over Ibo Aslan. Steve Nguyen, who we'll talk to when I should say, beat Mohammad Yahya. We're going to save that discussion for after he comes on. And then what about your boy Marcus Buchecha?
Whew, he looked good.
Yeah, Martin Budai
What happened?
did Tom Aspinall a favor and ended the potential nightmare at
Yes,
at
what
heavyweight
I thought
before it
this
could even
was
get
like
going.
the coronation of Buchecha.
Do you remember the time back in the day where like any jiu-jitsu player, any like high level like jiu-jitsu guy could come in and win their first 10 fights just like on the basis that they
yes.
could come in and submit anybody? And now it's just like, nah, you got to kind of be good at MMA. And Buchecha is not.
No.
You got his
You got to be able to get takedowns if you're going to be able to do jujitsu. And I think he only got one.
and also be able to fight for like more than 2 minutes, you know? Like
He
a little bit of a
gassed
gas
bad.
tank.
Yeah.
It was also funny. Bisping
One
was
of
like,
11. by the way.
remember, Buchecha's got a fantastic gas tank. And then like 30 seconds later, he's just like, like he is out bad.
1 of 11 is not good.
Dude, and like almost none of them were close. The one that he got, he completely committed and like tackled him. The other ones were just like weak attempts at grabbing a single leg and immediately letting go.
So a big sigh of relief over from the Aspinall camp.
Honestly, his boy, Budai.
Yeah, that's his guy.
They trained together. They were definitely
very
big
nice.
daps up when he came to the gym.
Yeah.
It was like a champion
Thank
coming
you.
back to ATT. It was like,
Thanks for doing the job for me, bro.
thanks
For getting rid of the threat.
The nightmare is over.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, Tom Aspinall versus Buchecha would not be a
Maybe one day, by the way, could come back. That was just his debut. And by the way, took the fight on short notice, lest we forget. So,
blessed.
by the way, UFC back this weekend, back at the Apex, back-to-back Apex shows.
Banger card.
Yeah.
Sure, it's going to be sick.
It was a good run of no Apex shows, but now we're back to the Apex, and Tatsuro Taira is in the main event. Big opportunity for him, getting it back on track. He was supposed to fight Amir Albazi out, and it has since been, I don't know if it was officially, I think they officially announced
I think
it.
it's been announced, yeah.
Hyun Sung Park, undefeated, South Korean, going up against the 16-1 Japanese fighter. So that is the new main event. Chris Duncan on there, Esteban Ribovic, Karol Hossa, Neil Magny. What time does this one start?
Probably 4 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to guess.
It says 6.
Oy,
which is that means a 10 p.m. main card, right?
That's
tough.
criminal.
Yeah.
That is tough, as they say. That is tough. Yeah,
It's tough.
Tatsuro Taira, Hyunsung Park at 12:47 Eastern Standard is not going to be good for the soul. I listen to that one.
Yeah,
pulling it out.
Thank you, Frank. Well done. Still got it. During the card on Saturday, the Abu Dhabi card, it was officially announced that the pay-per-view coming up on August 16th, United Center, what is that, UFC 319, I do believe? Yeah, 319. The co-main event, we were all wondering, what's the co-main event going to be? Well, now we know it's the debutante, the recently added Aaron Pico. Everyone was looking forward to his debut against Movsar Evloev this past weekend. Of course, fight got canceled, so they moved him. He will be going up against the red-hot Lerone Murphy, massive fight at 145 pounds. We wanted to have Lerone on to talk about this fight. He's kind enough to join us right here and now. Hello, Lerone. How are you, my friend?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing great. So, this one, I didn't really see it coming. We had a feeling Pico would be on this card because they were very high on him. They wanted him to debut. When did this come across your radar, this opportunity to fight against him on this pay-per-view card next month?
Just the other day, a few days ago, it's a big opportunity, innit? Pico's a hot prospect from the States. Everybody's raving around him. And it seems to me that a lot of other people are scared to fight him, but I'm not. I've got the balls. Let's go.
And so this was just a couple of days ago. Was obviously you have the highest amount of confidence, but any concern on the short time period? It's only about 3 or so weeks.
Listen, I'm in the gym all year round, man. I'm in the gym all year round. I'm that type of athlete. And I've done it before. I made my UFC debut on three weeks' notice. And that was a tough fight again, high-level fighter. So it's like when these opportunities come around, you just grab them with both hands and I'll be fit and ready on the day. Simple.
You've had a couple fights in the United States, but both of them at the Apex. This is your first big arena show, pay-per-view, co-main event, big-time title fight. Did any of that appeal to you?
Of course, fighting on a pay-per-view co-main event is big. It's something I've not done before, and it's something I will look forward to. You got Chimaev and Duplessis main event, which all eyes are going to be on. Everyone wants to see Khamzat in a title fight, so it's going to bring good eyes to me, and it's a big opportunity for me now in the position I'm in to make some noise and try to get that number one spot, because a fighter like me who's quiet and whatnot, I've got to take these chances. Like, not going to give me nothing for free.
So, like I said, you're red hot. You've won 8 in a row. Great division. You've looked very good. Is there any part of you that is bothered by the fact that you have to fight a guy who's coming over from Bellator/PFL, who doesn't have the resume that you've had, who's making his debut?
Nah, fight's a fight, and for me, I'm going in there with no pressure in it. This, don't get it twisted. He's coming from another organization, but this kid's good. This kid's high level, and I believe this is like a championship level fight. He's good enough to compete with anyone in that division, especially in the top 10. So, yeah, I think it's a big fight. It's a big name. It's a big start to take.
Were you familiar with him? Did you watch him when he was fighting in Bellator?
Yeah, I've watched it. If you watch MMA, you know who Aaron Pico is, right? Like you said, he's one of the hottest prospects from the US, and I've watched a lot of his fights. To be fair, so I know what he brings. I know what he brings to the table. Is a quality fighter, dangerous fighter, and I think he'll bring the best out of me. I love pressure fighters.
Based on who he's fought, the level of competition, would it be fair to say he's never fought anyone quite like you?
Nah, he's fought some good guys, to be fair, but definitely not the level of guys I've fought. I've fought better fighters than he has, so I think I've got the edge in experience. But yeah, like you said, he's wrestled from a kid as well. So listen, a fight's a fight. I've been in there with the best of the guys, and I'll be ready for Aaron Pico. Simple.
So I respect the mindset. There was no part of you that said, "No, I've been here for a minute. I've done X, Y, and Z. A debutant should be fighting someone else, not me, who's won 8 in a row."
Bro, the game's the game. Listen, like from a business perspective, people would probably have said you shouldn't take the fight, sit out and wait for a big opportunity. But it's like for me, I think this is a big opportunity. I just want to fight as well, bro. I'm not getting no younger. I just want to stay active. I want to fight. Who says when anybody else is going to be ready to fight? Everybody else seems to get surgery and whatnot. So do I want to be sat out waiting until December, November? No, I don't. I'm ready to go now. So whoever, whenever, if a believer can be champion, I've got to be able to fight anybody in any given moment, and that's it for me. So we took the fight. I know it's a tough fight. I know it's a dangerous fight. Big risk, big reward in it. Simple, and I'm happy and I'm excited.
I love it. Just a couple of days ago, maybe like 3 or 4 weeks ago, you tweeted this: 9 fights in, and the penny has just dropped. This isn't about who is the best fighter. It is about who is the fan favorite, which I get, it's business, but I know I beat all these guys. What was this in reference to? What were you watching? What were you doing when you tweeted this?
It's just, bro. Do you know what? I've had a lot of conversations with people and they're just like, why are you not in this position, and why are you not getting these types of fights? Why are people not talking about you like they should? But bro, it's like, I feel like MMA nowadays is like the WWE. You gotta have it all. You gotta have the acting skills. You gotta have there's a lot that comes with the game. So yeah, that's what I'm referencing there when I'm saying the penny just dropped. It's not just about who's the best fighter. If it was, there's a lot of guys that would have fought for the title a long time ago. It's not. It's about who's the fan favorite, and you see other guys in the division getting big fast pushes. I fought 2 main events, beat 2 guys in main events, 2 5-rounders. I beat 3 guys in the top 50, and I still got to work. I've still got to fight these people. So that just goes to show, if you're a fan favorite, you get fast tracked in it, and it's business. I get it. It's business.
To that point, a guy who's a little bit ahead of you, Movsar Evloev, was originally scheduled to fight Pico. Were you surprised when I was surprised when that fight was announced? I thought it would be Evloev versus Volkanovski, because Volkanovski himself, the champion, said, "Let me fight him. I'll fight this guy. I have no problem fighting." And then they didn't book him against him. Did that surprise you?
The game, like I just said,
Yeah.
I just explained the game. Explained the game. The game's the game. Listen, when you look at it from the UFC's perspective, it's like, who's going to sell the pay-per-views? It's a business, in it. So who's going to sell? Who's going to pay to see Volkanovski versus this Evloev? I personally would like to see it, but most people probably won't. They probably want to see the Diego Lopez's, the Gene Silvers, and do you get what I'm saying? Like these people, these guys that have got a bit of hype. So the game's the game, innit? And like I said, if it goes off what people have done, maybe Evloev should have got the title, but he's just pulled out of this fight here. He had another opportunity, so it's going to be a long road for him.
I also did see that it seemed like you were hinting at a potential UK versus UK matchup recently, but obviously that's not happening. What were you referring to? There it is. That's the following day. Looks like it's going to be UK versus UK, but where? What were you referring to?
Bro, that's just me losing my head. When I've not got a fight, my head's just all over the place. Bro. Yeah, that's just me. But I thought I was gonna fight Arnold Allen when I was looking at the obviously the rankings and everybody else is matched up but Arnold Allen. But me and Arnie are cool, man, and I always root for Arnie to win, obviously. But we're all in the same division in it, and I thought that was the matchup the UFC was gonna make.
Okay, so I would imagine there's a part of you that's probably happy you don't have to fight a fellow countryman.
Yeah, of course, I'd rather fight everybody else but him, but he understands the game. Everybody understands the game. A fight, we're all after the same thing in it, and that's a better life for ourselves. That's a championship, so it is what it is. If we get matched up, we fight and we're cool after it is what it is.
Okay, so this now explains, like, because I saw you saying stuff about the Abu Dhabi card, the Paris card. You're just itching to get back in there. So this 3 weeks thing is a blessing for you.
Exactly that. To be honest, going into a 12-week camp now for me, I've been training, man. I'm ready. I've been training. So going into a 12-week camp for me now would probably be very hard on the body. So I'm happy to get 3-week camp. I get fit very quickly anyway, and it's probably a blessing because I overtrain. I tend to overtrain. So 2 weeks of training, I'll be in peak fitness, I think.
Speaking of peak fitness, right before the Evloev fight fell through, Pico posted this picture of him. Did you see this picture of him?
Yeah, he's a beast, man.
What in the world? What is this?
He looks in good shape.
I'd say so, yeah. You impressed by this?
Well, I'm not gay, bro.
No, but I mean, come on, man. That's impressive, right? I mean, that's pretty ripped. Like, not even on fight week.
Yeah, he's in good nick, man. All fighters at this elite level are in good nick, man. He's in good nick, of course.
Yeah. As are you always. So I know I wouldn't imagine a Joe Schmo like me would be impressed by that. You're just like, okay, this, I could do the same thing, right? Eyes closed.
Yeah, that's hard work, man. That's hard work. We do this every day, but it's not a bodybuilding contest. It's a fight game.
Sure. You know what's interesting? You're fighting a guy who's coming over from Bellator PFL. You were the one who predicted a few months ago that all the top PFL guys would come over. Now here you are fighting. You remember that one?
I do.
A little Nostradamus here.
I do. And yeah. Do you know what? To be honest about this, I've always thought I would come against Aaron. I've watched him coming up, and I always knew that all the best fighters, the cream rises to the top, and all the best fighters will eventually come to the UFC, right? The UFC is the biggest organization in the world, and everybody that fights out of other organizations don't feel like they've fulfilled themselves until they've fought in the UFC, right? So I believe that everybody's going to eventually come over at some point. Hopefully it's not too late in the career. Pico's still young, so it's a good time for him to come over and a good time to test himself over here with the best of the best.
Because they were obviously going to book Pico versus Evloev, do you think there's a chance you do something spectacular on August 16th? That you get a title shot? Volkanovski has no one right now, no dance partner. Do you think there's a chance?
100%. I think this fight's going to be a firefight. I think we're both going to show our weight in gold, and I believe this is the number one contender fight. That was the number one contender fight, Evloev and Pico, 100%. And obviously the UFC want more US champions, I believe. I think they've got one US champion now at the minute.
Yeah, Kayla. But no male champions from the US.
Yeah, that's crazy. So, and it's a US organization, so they want a US champion. So I believe this is a number one contender fight.
Have they told you that at all?
I've not heard anything like that, but I know, innit? I know if I go out there and do what I need to do what I know I can do, everybody's going to be screaming for my shot.
Yeah. Also, recently we saw Patchy Mix come over from Bellator, and he looked nothing like himself. Do you believe in that sort of thing? Like, do you chalk that up to the lights, and do you think that might be a factor in this fight? I know you're not banking on that, but do you think that could come into play?
Sometimes it's a factor, but I don't think people don't understand how much goes into this game, and there's so many different variables that things that can happen leading up to a fight camp, to a fight that can make you not perform on the night. And I believe Patchy Mix is a high level fighter, an elite fighter, and I believe that he's just got a bit I think the other kid fought a great fight, to be fair, and it's just one of them, man. It's a 1v1 sport, and you have to show up on the night. You can't have no days off. It's not NFL where you can have a bad game and the rest of the team will carry you. You got to show up on the night, and sometimes you have bad days. Sometimes you have bad sparring sessions, but on the night you have to turn up, and that was it. That.
I saw you playing a little paddle. How's your paddle game these days?
Do you know what? I'm getting good. I'm getting good. Anything I do, I want to be the best at it.
Yeah.
So I've actually put my racket in the cupboard until I finish the fight because I need to be focused on this fight. But I'm dying to get back to it.
What's going on with the swimming though? Is it true you can't swim?
Bro, you can't be talking about swimming online, bro. Come
What?
on.
Yo, I saw you do an interview. I saw you do an interview where you said it on your Instagram.
I can't. I can swim, but listen, drop me in the middle of the ocean, I'm dead in 5 minutes, 100%.
Wow. Is this something that you would like to improve at?
Yeah, but I think it's impossible, but I would love to, yeah.
Why is it impossible?
I don't know. I heard it's a genetic thing, but I don't know.
Man, we've seen a lot of great fighters use swimming to help their cardio, right? Their endurance. We had a boxer on last week who does these things where he picks up weights underwater and he runs with them.
I've seen that. That's not for me. That underwater fitness. Dominic Cruz does it.
Yeah, San Diego. So not your thing.
No. I'm all right.
I wasn't trying to call you out. I just saw you talk about it. I wasn't sure if you were mess. And what about this Atiba Gauthier? We had him on last week too. Another member. This guy is a freaking beast. He hits like his punches just look and feel like they hurt. Just watching him on TV. What is he like in the gym?
He's next level, and you know what? With that kid there, what I'm not even surprised of, but what I'm proud of, he's staying grounded. Like you see, if you see any other 22, 23-year-old guy go out and get 2 bonuses, and still be in the gym on the Monday, all the guy does is watch cartoons and train, and that's the kind of athlete you want in the gym, that just wants to learn and wants to get better. And I believe him in a few years' time is just going to be like next level. I feel sorry for everybody that fights him anyway.
Seems like he has all the tools. He just needs a little bit of time here, and it feels like we can be looking at someone who's very special.
100%. You see them people them 1 in a million people that come across, come into the game every now and then. I believe that he can be. He is one of them, and with the right training, I think he'll be unstoppable.
Amazing. Also, nice to see your team, Manchester top team, head coach Carl Prince getting a lot of love. I feel like you guys are gaining some momentum. I'm sure that makes the gym, everyone feel very good.
Yeah, for sure. And look at what we're doing, man. Deserves everything. Look at what we're doing as a team, and we've got guys all over the show in the PFL killing guys. We've got I could sit here and name 20 fighters easily that are doing big things. And even the contender series, we've got Louis Lee Scott coming on the contender series. Another guy you need to watch out for, bantamweight kid, very special. And he'll be on the contender series the 3 days after me. So we're gonna have 3-4 guys in the UFC, and about four guys in the PFL at the minute. So we're doing good, man.
By the way, this past Saturday I went to see United play here in New Jersey. Do you know they're here in the United States? Looking pretty good.
I don't watch football anymore.
You're done.
It depresses me. I'm done with football.
Why? Because they were so bad.
Yes. Since Alex Ferguson left, it's just been going like that, and I can't
follow anything.
I can't really. Obviously, I look at the scores and that, but I can't really spend 90 minutes of my day watching, just getting beat every time and playing boring football. I just can't do it.
I get that, but here's the thing: if they get back on track, do you jump on the bandwagon or what?
Then I'm a Glory supporter. Do you know what? To be honest, I'm not really into football that much anymore. I just like combat sports and paddle and chess.
Chess? Playing?
Yeah, chess. Yes, I love chess.
Love that. Do you like to watch people play chess as well, or do you like to play?
I play, but do you know what? I have been watching a few games just of the elite guys.
Yeah.
Just the way they think is it's just next level. I can't get my head around it.
It's good. It's good for the brain.
Yes, it is. It is.
Who got you into that?
My friend Jordan, actually, one of my training partners, a guy that corners me a lot. I started playing in the Barboza Cup. Was it the Barboza Cup? Yeah, when I was in America, in the States for Barboza.
Mm-hmm.
Started playing then with him, and he probably went about 30-0 before I started winning. But now I picked it up, and we're even now. We'll get even now.
Have you ever been to Chicago?
I've not. I've never been. I've only been to Vegas and LA in the States and San Diego.
Great city. Great. How far in advance will you be going?
I'll go fight week this time. It's a short camp, so I'll do 2 weeks here of hard training, then I'll get out there for the last week for the wake up.
You won't need more time to get acclimated to the time zone. 6 hours.
It would be nice. It would be nice to do that, but we can't do that this time. So we'll make it work. We've done it before. We'll make it work.
Will you get the deep dish after the fight? You know they have very famous pizza there. You heard about this?
Bro, I'm getting 10. I love pizza. Pizzas.
Oh, really?
I love pizza. I'll be spending as much as I can on pizza after the fight. I can't wait.
Okay, so I'm curious to get your take afterwards, because there's some people who are big I love pizza too, but the deep dish is like really thick. It's like a piece of cake.
Yeah.
You know?
I prefer New York, to be honest.
Yeah.
I've never had the deep dish, but I love a New York pizza. So we'll see.
All right, we'll wait for your review. Good luck in training. Thank you for doing this.
Yes.
Appreciate you very much.
Yes.
Can't wait for the fight. Lovely that you got it. Very, very excited for you, and good luck in the fight as well.
Look forward to it. It's going to be fireworks. Trust me, 100%.
All the best, Lerone. Thank you so much. There
Thank
he
you.
is.
Thank you.
The man, Lerone Murphy, the pride of Manchester, returning to action on August 16th. That's UFC 319. It's the co-main event. Everyone was very concerned about this, and now they know that the co-main event is going to be Aaron Pico versus Lerone Murphy. And if I'm being honest, I kind of think this makes a hell of a lot more sense than the Evloev fight. The question is, though, is Evloev next, or is the winner of this fight next? And there's also the John Silva fight coming up on September 13th. I don't know what they're going to do. There's a bit of a tournament brewing at the moment. But I like this fight a lot. So the lineup is, this is the next pay-per-view. There's two Apex cards, and then it's this one. And then it's the card in China, and then there's a break. They return post-Labor Day. DDP versus Khamzat, Lerone Murphy versus Aaron Pico, Tim Elliott versus Kaya Sakura. Love that one. Solid. Jared Cannonier against Michael Venom Page. That one's really flying under the radar, I feel like. Jeff Neal versus Carlos Praches. That's a solid 5 fights. Wait, is that 6 fights? 1, 2, 3. That's 5 fights. I like that pay-per-view. Then we've got Karine Silva against JJ Aldrich. Anthony Hernandez against Chase Hooper. Dig it. Nursultan Ruzibov against Brian Battle. Like that one. Jessica Andrade back. Does anyone fight more than Jessica Andrade? I feel like she fights every 2 months against Lupi Godinez. Gerald Mearshart against Michal Oleksiejczuk. King Green against Diego Ferreira. Edson Barbosa versus Drakkar Klose. There's no, Edson Barbosa versus Drakkar Klose opening up the show. Solid.
Very Garbrandt Figgy-esque.
Yeah. Start from the top. Read the top fight one more time.
DDP versus Khamzat.
All right, we're good.
Yeah.
Don't care.
I
don't care what the rest of it says.
I saw someone tweet that the other day about UFC 300. They were like, FFS, Figgy Garbrandt, open the card. And I just was dying to myself.
By the way, Andrade was on that one too.
Andrade's legit is just like, she has become the Kevin Holland of women's MMA.
It's
She's
unbelievable.
Like, let me just grab a check. I'm not getting back into title contention. 115, 125, wherever you need me. Let me just cut a check right quick.
So you know what's crazy? She fought in May against Jasmine. Prior to that, her last fight was in September. Why does it feel like she fights every 2 months?
No, because what was her fight before that?
April, and then November.
You know what? I think
and then August.
I think we're just in our heads because of her 5-fight 2023.
2023 is nuts. January, February, May, August, November.
Yeah, she was
and then
moving
came back
and
in
grooving.
April. Not a ton of wins there. She's lost 2 in a row, but golly, how many fights total? 26 and 14. That's 40.
This is a solid card, man. 319 is great.
319 is really good. I'm not kidding. I like it.
Yeah, I don't think you are, man.
I mean,
it's a great main card, man.
people were upset about the TBA versus TBA. I'm like, first of all, TBA or no TBA, it was still a great card.
And the TBA is a
Amazing.
great fight. I can't wait for
I
it.
saw some people complaining, but like, it's fine.
What did we want?
By the way, Chicago fans, they've been complaining about not getting a card for years.
Now they got
They're
a good
getting an
card.
incredible title fight and a very solid undercard. Again, Barbosa versus Drakkar Klose is your curtain jerker. Come on. Okay. What's the prediction? Who is Volkanovski fighting next?
Movsar.
Yeah, I think so too.
You think they just right the wrong and say, okay,
I think it will come down to Volkanovski wants to be active, and at a certain point they can't hold it up. You know, like Volk is gonna force the issue, which is I need to fight. Give me who's available, and Movsar will be the one that's available.
you think Lerone wasn't too impressed with the Aaron Pico picture? I was like, but look at the veins.
I mean, to be fair though,
He's like,
Lerone,
all right,
look at the
chill out,
vein.
bro. Chill out.
to be fair, Lerone is in
He's in incredible shape.
like insane
I mean,
shape
Lerone,
as well.
look at how he's like
That's
all vascular and stuff.
Yeah, he's vascular. I mean, he's ridiculously jacked. Who am I to fucking judge? Look at that.
Look at the
It's
shorts.
ridiculous.
what about the
It's
shorts?
so Michael Chandler-esque. It's
How
unreal.
they're rolled up.
Yeah,
Every time I see it, I'm like, oh, Mikey C looking good. Oh, wait.
that is.
It's
I mean,
the
that is-
monster. It's
Yeah, it is the whole thing. Yeah. The crazy thing about it was a month before the fight.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't week of.
I want to know
10
the
days out.
percent body fat in
That-
that picture.
That's like 2.
It's single digits for sure. It's just what is it? Because that is crazy.
He wasn't feeling it. What do you want me to say, bro?
What do you want him to say? He's fighting him in like 3 weeks.
I just wanted to
You want
know
him
what he
to-
thought.
You want him to go D1 Glazer on him? Like, come on.
Guy's a D1 Glazer, bro.
There it is. There it is. I was wondering when it would come up.
This is my favorite
I was-
segment we've
I
ever
was
done.
D1 glazing him,
Oh man.
right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
credit where it's due. I don't know. I was impressed. I'm not trying to be
We're all
some hater
impressed.
here.
We're all impressed, but he has to get into a cage fight with him in short order.
I know. What about Bellamir? Did you guys see that?
I did see that.
Bellamir is a beast.
I'm not even going to lie. This is how new of a fan I am. I didn't even know Chicken Wing was a submission.
Oh yeah, look at this. Look at this. She's like Bob Backlund out there. Fury FC. She improves now to 4-0.
Talk about jacked. He's
Yes.
in fucking
Look at
good
this.
shape,
Oh,
man.
Frank, what a journey these two have been on and will be on together. God bless. I love it. I love seeing Frank in this chapter of his life. Now
Matching purple with her?
Oh, it's great. Now she goes back to school. I love this. Like this is like her summer side quest. Let me get a UFC BJJ match. Let me get an MMA fight, and now I'll go back to school and do my thing. Could you imagine if she represents the States in 2028? Still got 3 more years, but what a freaking story that would be. Love it. Congratulations to her. Congratulations to Frank, to the whole family. Great story. And she's got some talented brothers as well. Okay, final guest of the day, and he was a part of perhaps the most talked about, I don't even think it's perhaps, the most talked about story of this past weekend, most talked about fight specifically. And of course, by now you know, Stephen Nguyen, Mohammad Yahya, back and forth they went, but really it was a lot of action coming from one side of the equation. Officially, they say 6 knockdowns. I thought it was 7. Nevertheless, most ever in UFC history. A very dominant, very one-sided performance. You've seen the pictures by now of Yahya's face. They say no facial fractures. I don't know how that's possible. I think the fight went on way too long, but that takes nothing away from what Stephen did. He fought until they told him to stop fighting. He did exactly what he is told to do, what every fighter is told to do. A very, very solid and impressive performance for Stephen Nguyen, who is kind enough to join us now. Let us speak to him about what transpired in Abu Dhabi. There he is. Hello, Stephen. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Congratulations on the win. Where are you right now?
I'm actually in Dubai right now. It's 12 a.m. right here.
Oh, my
I
gosh.
just got back from doing a desert safari and came straight back to this interview. So here I am.
Well, thanks for doing it so late over there. I really appreciate it. Congratulations on the win. What has life been like for you since this fight? Because as I said, everyone has had an opinion. Everyone's been talking, sharing pictures, all that stuff.
Yeah, it's been a little crazy these last 48 hours. Obviously, I've gained a lot of new fans, a lot of attention. I'm doing interviews with you, so it's cool. It's been cool. Um, but yeah, it's been a crazy last 48 hours, especially for me. Like I've worked so hard, and I've kind of like became somebody that like no one really knew, to like now everybody's talking about it. So like it's kind of like an overnight type of feeling. But yeah, I'm just trying to keep my head on straight and not get too sucked into all of this.
Sure. And obviously, I know your journey didn't happen overnight. You've worked very hard. You've had highs, you've had lows, but all very well deserved and well earned. You're in the flow of the fight, so you're not watching it like we are. We're sitting on our couches watching it. At any point, are you thinking like, what do I have to do to this guy to put him away? What do I have to do to win this fight?
Yeah, honestly, like I remember him knocking him down a few times. I don't even remember that was going to be like 6 or 7 times. I thought it was more like 3 or 4 times, but I guess I knocked him down a lot. But in the middle of the fight, like I was just trying to finish him, man, and like I think I gassed myself out. Like towards the end of the second round, I was like, man, I don't even want to punch this guy anymore. Like every single time I knocked him down, I tried to finish him, he was just still there. So yeah, I mean, I was just trying to finish him the whole fight, man. I wasn't even thinking about how many times I knocked him down or
Sure.
anything like that.
I was wondering about that. At any point, did it feel uncomfortable for you? Because you're looking at his face, you're knocking him down repeatedly. Are you thinking like
Yeah.
this is not fun anymore?
Well, I mean, for me, like, I wanted to finish him. So like when I knocked him down, I was like, okay, this is my chance. This is my chance. But it kept happening over and over and over. And I think the elbow, I was in mount and I was kind of rewatching the fight. I elbowed him while I was in mount. And I think that's what caused that cut or that big hematoma right under his eye that swallowed his eye shut. And then that was towards like the second round, end of the second round. I think that's what happened.
There was a period, as I think you alluded to in the second round, where he dropped you, and people who say that the fight, didn't go on too long will point to that moment. It just seemed to me like maybe you were a little bit tired, let your guard down. What happened there?
Well, rewatching the fight, like I had my hands up, he was able to just split my guard right through because the MMA gloves, they can get through your guard quite easy. So he was able to get through my guard somehow, even though I had my hands up and wobbled me. Like he fought his ass off. Like he was there, he wanted to win in his hometown, and like he like fought like a wild dog in there. That's probably the most he's thrown in any of his fights, and it was a dog fight. So.
When do you think the fight should have been stopped after watching it?
Well, I honestly thought, I mean, the thing is, every single time I went to go finish him, like he was still like looking at me. He actually talked to me at one point, like, "Hey man, just let me up." He
What?
like whispered it in my ear. Yeah, I was on top of him and like I was just laying on him, elbowing him, and he's like, "Just let me up, just let me up." So he was still conscious. I don't. He was unconscious for a little bit when I knocked him down, but like he was still defending himself. Um, but obviously, like that's not up to me. Like all I was
Sure.
thinking about, I was just in kill mode, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. When he said that to you, did you say anything back?
No, I didn't. I was actually just surprised that he said that. I was like, and then he shot a takedown on me like 2, 3 times. I never shot one takedown. I'm a stand-up guy. I like to stand up and bang. And then he goes and shoots a takedown on me. So I was a little bit confused. But I try not to let any of that mental warfare get to me during the fight. So I just didn't even think about it.
At any point in between rounds, did you hear the referee Jason Herzog say anything to him like "I'm going to stop it," or say anything to you? Was there any sort of explanation?
Well, before in the locker room, like Jason was just telling me, like, we were talking about like the rules and stuff like that, and he didn't really tell me anything specific about like finishes or anything like that. Like he was just telling me if you just keep, I was like, if I just keep punching this guy, Jason will have to stop it at some point, right? But I guess he didn't. I mean, every single time, like the first few knockdowns, like I swarmed him, I was punching him nonstop, and at one point, I was like, I
Yes.
got this.
Yes,
And then-
yes. It was so strange.
and then he still didn't stop it. Like I really wanted to walk off KO, but he didn't stop it. So I was surprised. I was like, I guess I'm just gonna have to go back in there and elbow this guy a few more times, man.
I think Jason is one of the very best referees in the game. I just think he had a really, really bad night at the office there, and I thought it was pretty hard to watch. Do you think that's unfair? You were in there. Do you think it was unfair? Do you think the criticism that he's received has been unfair?
Yeah, like at the end of the day, like I think he's just doing his job as far as, like I said, like when I was fighting Muhammad, like he was still conscious as far as like having his guard up. He wasn't completely like laid out, holy cross style, like, completely laid out. He was still conscious. I was punching him, but he was still there. Like, and I think even after the eye injury, like he was telling me, like before I got my hand raised, he was like, I still wanted to fight. I still wanted to go. So, props to him for having that heart.
Now you've tied Conor McGregor 7th place for most knockdowns in the featherweight division because you got 6 in one night. I think you actually got 7, but they scored it as 6. So all of a sudden you vaulted up the knockdown rankings in the featherweight division. And those who have been following your story would say that this is well-deserved, well-earned for you because, like I said, it has been a bit of an up-and-down journey. 3 fights on the Contender Series, lose the first one, win the second one, don't get the contract, and win the third one. Was there any point that you thought maybe you wouldn't get this moment, a UFC win? This was your first. Was there any point where you started to doubt yourself?
No, never. Like no matter what happens in my life, like this is just in my life in general, like I'm always going to keep pushing forward. Like, just like you said, the Contender Series, like I won my second fight in what I thought was a dominant fashion. I still didn't get the contract, and I lost my UFC debut, so I know this moment was going to come at some point, and it's just all through just training and getting better every single day and putting that hard work in, and now, especially now, like I'm going to work double as hard, because now, with everything that has happened, like I'm only just more motivated. I'm just so ready to get back in the gym and train even harder now.
I believe your family is a collection of very smart, educated people, right? Doctors. What are your siblings? Your parents? What do they do?
So I have one sister. She's a eye doctor.
Okay. Oh wow.
My dad's maybe I can send her to Muhammad. Yeah. My dad's a pharmacist, and my mom, like, she owns like properties and stuff like that. And I mean, everybody on my dad's side's like dentists and doctors and lawyers and stuff like that. So I'm the black sheep of the family. I'd like to say I'm the only one that does fight professionally.
Yes.
So,
did your sister see the fight?
Oh yeah, she definitely saw the fight.
What'd she say about it?
The whole family had a watch party. She was very excited. They my sister and everybody like back home, they support me a lot. So it was I mean the hematoma on his eye was real nasty though. Like I felt bad definitely just seeing it all over the internet, and especially when Dana White posted it. And I was like, oh man. But I'm glad to hear that that there was no fractures or his CT scan came back clean. So.
Yes, which is like the biggest miracle of all. I don't know how that's
crazy,
possible. Yeah. Yes. And that's crazy that your sister's an eye doctor. Did she have any sort of diagnosis? What did she think happened to him?
I have no idea. She never mentioned it.
Okay.
Exactly what she thought. I'll have to ask her actually.
Early on, when you decided to do all of this, what did your family say about you? As you said, you called yourself the black sheep. Were they supportive or thinking you were crazy?
They definitely thought I was crazy, man. I have like traditional Vietnamese Asian parents. Like this is not something that we grew up like doing, or like they promote doing. They wanted me to go to school, go to college, become a doctor. Do all. Well, I did finish college though, just for them. But,
Wichita State, right? Shockers.
Wichita State, yeah, WSU. So I got my degree there, and So they definitely did support me in the very beginning, but I went undefeated in my amateur career and started doing, they started seeing the success, and they started seeing like the grind behind it. Like they thought they had a misconception of what MMA was, like they thought it was just a bunch of guys that tattooed up, big, juice heads fighting each other. But man, there's so much that goes behind the training and the mental warfare and all that. And now my family, they're my biggest supporters.
Did you have your first fight when you were 15?
Yeah, I had my first smoker fight.
That's crazy.
My first smoker 15. Fight when I was 15. I fought a 21-year-old kid. I remember my first time fighting. I fought in my old Taekwondo shin guards, swim trunks, and a T-shirt because I was ashamed of my body. I was a little bit chubby back then, so I fought in a T-shirt that was out. That was inside out.
Oh my
God. I had long Justin Bieber hair. And I had the old Century boxing gloves on. And it was MMA. We fought MMA with boxing gloves on. I remember that.
Did you tell your parents you were doing that?
No. I actually forged their signature on the thing.
When did you reveal this to them?
Showed up to fight. Yeah, I told them that a few years later, and like it was kind of a joke after that. But like they had no idea. Like I would go after school to go train at this MMA gym, and I'll tell them I would just be at a friend's house or something like that. And then after a while, I'd come back with like little black eyes and little bumps and bruises here and there. And they ended up finding out, and I told them they went to my very first fight when I was 18, when I could legally fight as an amateur. So.
Incredible. And what was your inspiration? Like, why did you go down this path? Were you a big MMA fan?
I'm a huge MMA fan. So I was born in 1993, and I think that was the year that the UFC started.
Yep.
And my dad used to watch it on like the old TV cassettes, and
Yep.
I remember watching it with him as a kid. Like all the old Royce Gracie, Shamrock, like all those guys, and like I literally just kind of grew up into just watching it my whole life, since UFC 1. So I've just been a fan since day one, especially like my hero, Anderson Silva. I've been watching him forever.
Oh, amazing.
And, he's like my biggest hero. So
have you ever met him?
I haven't met him yet, but I have a feeling one of these days I will.
Yes,
hopefully.
for sure. We found an old TV news report from Wichita in 2019 when the UFC came to Wichita in 2019, and they did a story on you, like the local kid who was trying to make it big. You know what I'm talking about here?
Yeah. A long time ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Yes.
Look at you, KWCH12.
The old local news station. Yeah, I remember that. I was like, this is my dream, like to be in the UFC. I think I was like 4-5-0 at the point. And like that's always been my dream, man, since I was 15 years old, since I had my very, first smoker fight. Like it's crazy to kind of look back on it and see this footage, because I haven't seen this footage in years. And like this is my old gym. This old gym was inside of a box gym. It's crazy, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a journey. That
Old,
card.
small gym.
That card was Derek Lewis versus JDS in Wichita. Did you go to that?
Yes, I did go to that. That was my first UFC event ever.
Man.
Yeah, I did go to that.
There it is. Yes.
Man, that was a long time.
Yes, and now here you are in there making history in a UFC cage in Abu Dhabi.
Man, yeah, it's a crazy feeling for sure.
Are you training with Fortis MMA?
Yeah, I'm training with Fortis MMA right now. Yes,
and so
sir.
you moved out there. Why did you choose them?
So I lived in Wichita, Kansas for a while, and I kind of outgrew the area. Nothing bad. I have nothing bad to say about any of the teams out there or anything like that. Like I just got to the point to where I wanted to excel myself into the UFC, and I needed more high level training partners and just a bigger realm for my fight career. And I met Coach Safe, and my teammate at the time, Miles Johns, was also training there. And he told me, hey man, just come down for a week, come get some training in. So I went down there for a week, got some training in, and like Coach Safe, me and Coach Safe made a really good connection, and we kind of clicked there. And I would slowly come back there for 1 or 2 weeks at a time. He's like, look, man, if you want to be in the UFC, like you're gonna have to give everything up. You're gonna have to move down here and just do it full time, and just like, I'll help you out with anything on the outside of that. And ever since then I've been there. Like I've done nothing but grow. So it's a blessing for sure.
Your last fight was about 16 months ago. Why so long in between fights?
Well, like that first fight, like first of all, like that was a war of a fight. Like my lip is split. Like I have a scar right here. I was in a wheelchair for a few days. Like that was a war. So I was injured for a little while. Like my calf kind of took, I'm not gonna lie, my leg took a little while to like kind of fully recover. Like even after a few months, like if someone even tapped me there, I would feel the nerves just kind of shoot up. So the first few months I was out, and then after that, like I didn't really hear too much from the UFC. I'm not sure what happened. Like I would have liked to fight a little bit sooner, but I have a great manager, I have a great team, but we were never really offered anything after like a few months after the fight. I never heard anything back, so it was kind of just a waiting game, and I knew it was going to happen at some point. I'm a signed fighter. I was like, it's going to happen at some point. So at that point, it was frustrating, but I was like, you know what? If I just stay ready, keep getting better, like the opportunity will come at some point. And then this fight came out. I only had a short camp. It was a 6-week camp. So, but my body was already ready since I was training. So
and
my plan worked out.
I mentioned I don't know, you might have the most Contender Series fights. I don't know if that's a record as well, but 3 is unique.
I think so.
Yeah, and in between 2 and 3, you win number 2. That was like a 2-year gap in between. What did you do in between that time?
In between that time, like I'm trying to remember. That was a while ago. In between, I had like one fight, I think, or no, that was after. I don't really remember.
According to your record, you had no fights.
Okay, yeah. At that point, yeah, I don't know what was going on with that. I think at that point, like my manager or coach, like you'll get the opportunity to get back on the contenders. Just wait that, and we actually now I remember we had a lot of fights fell through, and I kept getting injured. I kept getting injured, man.
Okay.
A lot of injuries, and a few fights fell through, and then also like, oh hey, maybe you should just wait for the contender series. It'll happen again, or it was just a lot of different factors. But yeah, I definitely want to be more active. I'm not getting any younger, and especially now with this momentum, like I'm even more motivated to train. I don't have any big injuries this time, and I just kind of want to get right when I get back to Dallas. I kind of want to get right back on the gas, man.
When you got that third crack at contenders, did you feel like that was do or die for you in the UFC?
Oh, absolutely. That's like my new slogan now, kill or be killed. Like
Yeah.
that, I went into that fight like demon mode, bro. Like, like this is if I don't get signed here, if I don't win this fight, like my hopes of being in the UFC, like they're not gonna call me back for a fourth time. There's no way. So I was like, this is definitely do or die. And like that training camp, that fight, like I'll remember for the rest of my life. Like I was a completely different human being. Like that was gonna be like that fight was for my dreams. So
Wow.
yeah.
I can't imagine what that feeling was like when you found out you got the contract.
Yeah, it was it was a big relief, but at the same time, like, well, I'm just now getting in. I'm still
Yeah.
a rookie. Like, I have so much that I have left to do in the sport. Like, there's always gonna be something else that I'm gonna reach for, even now. So I'm always looking for the next challenge.
Did you have a chance to speak to Mohammad after the fight?
So, like right after, I shook his hand. I talked to him a little bit. He made a post on Instagram, and I just wanted to comment on it. I was like, hey, I just wanted to let him know it was an honor to share the cage with him, and like I wish him the best of luck in his career and his family and everything like that. So
Great.
nothing but respect for him, and I love the people here, the people here and the hospitality here, like the hotel staff, like just the people here have been amazing. And I know it's his hometown, so like no disrespect to him. It was just business in the cage, and yeah.
The marks on your face, is that from the desert safari or is that from the fight?
Oh man, that's from the fight. That's from
Okay,
the fight,
okay.
yeah.
So he got some
Yeah,
shots
yeah.
in too. It wasn't all
He got a
one-sided.
few shots. Yeah, he got a few shots, and like I said, that's probably the most aggressive I've seen his fights. The two other fights that he's had, he's kind of just he moves backwards a lot, and he's kind of more of a passive striker. But this fight, he really threw down, man. He surprised me as far as wanting to brawl and was ready to just throw down, because that's my style. Like I go in there and I want to be exciting right off the bat, and I look for the knockout right away. And he matched that energy, So
Who do you want next?
yeah. There's nobody that I really want next. What I want next is just to keep getting better. And I'm going to talk to my manager, Jason House, when I get back to the States, and we'll figure out what the next move is. But there's only one thing in my mind. Like, I want to keep moving up, and I do want to stay more active. And yeah, I feel like this is my time now.
Well, incredible stuff, man. Congratulations. It was entertaining. It was memorable. I was watching the fight with my 11-year-old son, and he's like, are all the fights like this? What's going on here? Why isn't this guy out of the fight yet? But very impressive.
Yeah.
Very, very impressive stuff. Yeah, keep building on this, and I wish you continued success, and looking forward to seeing you back in there. Thanks for doing this so late. I wasn't aware that you were still over there, so I really appreciate you doing this so late.
Yeah, I'm headed back tomorrow. But yeah. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate everything, and thank you.
Okay, take care. Safe travels home.
Alrighty, appreciate you.
There he is. Stephen Nguyen with the big win on Saturday, the much talked about win. I wanted to pull up the stats here. Let's go. It was the second fight. I said second or third. First round, Stephen Nguyen, 59 of 112 significant strikes. Mohammad Yahya, 33 of 86. Total strikes for Stephen, 65 of 120. Mohammad, 33 of 86. Second round, 33 of 62 for Nguyen. 33 of 62. 24 of 65. Yeah. Threw 3 more strikes on him in the second round. And then as far as total strikes, 43 of 74, 27 of 68, 0 for 4 as far as takedowns for Mohammad, 0 for 0 for Stephen Nguyen. Look, like I said, I think that Jason Herzog is one of the very best referees in the business. Like top
This guy's
two.
a D1 Glazer, bro.
No. Stop it with that. Top 2, top 3, max. That was awful refereeing. There's no reason for that fight to have continued. And if you want to point to the knockdown in the second round, like, yeah, the guy was fighting for his life. There's no way. And I want to know what the injury is. Like, you can't just tell me, like, oh, no facial fractures. Like, no, like, eyes don't turn that way. They don't become that. They don't, like, that doesn't happen. I'm sorry. I thought that was horrific. And some people brought up the Derek Lewis versus Teixeira fight just a couple of weeks ago. How do you stop that fight? Cage grab or not, when fighter safety is the most important thing, and let this one go on? How does that happen? It was really bad. Like the multiple knockdowns, 1, 2, 3, 4, the eye. The guy is a warrior. This is the post, by the way. He mentioned the post. He just wrote, I think he wrote Alhamdulillah, and Stephen wrote to him, "You're a warrior. It was an honor to share the octagon with you, my brother. Nothing but the best wishes to you and your family." Very respectful. Both of them, incredible heart. But that fight should have been stopped in the first round, I thought. And in the second round. Thank God it was stopped going into the third round. It was very uncomfortable to watch, and I just thought it was unnecessary. And you know, here's the thing. Herzog's getting a lot of heat, and I think it's justified. But what about Mohammad Yahya's corner? Why didn't they step in? Why didn't they say no mas? We know why. We know why it happens more in boxing as opposed to MMA, because there's this show win pay scale, and they don't want to screw it up. And, there's always that chance. Pat Barry, check Congo. There's always that chance. It's going to take a long time. And he'll be back. And by all accounts, he'll be fine. But I thought that was disturbing. Am I off base here, guys? Did you feel the same way watching this?
I definitely thought it could have been stopped. Yeah, 100%.
I was livid watching that.
I think it could have been stopped, a handful of times. Like, honestly, it's the knockdowns, and then the eye becomes a problem. And I'm kind of like, we watch a lot of fights, lads. I think that's fair to say. I haven't been that animated watching a fight in a very long time. And I echo everything you're saying about Jason Herzog. I think he's a great referee. But I don't know what was going on there. Like, I was trying to, like, can he not see this guy's eye? Like, he has seen the knockdowns. He is obviously letting this go. And yeah, I know he scored that knockdown at one point, but that was a brief moment in an onslaught, really, for as long as the fight lasted. You're saying, Ariel, at the end of that, like, by all accounts, he will be fine. But, like, that's not the reality of the situation. The reality of the fight game is, when we're talking about people's careers, sometimes you'll see a matchup like, say, Yan and McGhee last weekend. And one of them is 35, that's McGhee. One of them is 32, that's Yan. But it's not about your age, it's about miles on the clock. Mm-hmm. And Yahya went and put miles and miles and miles on his clock that day. Like, this guy is tying Conor McGregor for the most knockdowns after one fight.
Yeah.
Like, this is serious stuff. A fighter can only be hit so many times. And I thought it was egregious. And again, Herzog is quality. It's a very tough spot to be in. It's the hardest job in the sport. But I just don't know what was going on there. And as I said, we watch a lot of fights. I can't remember the last time I was screaming at my TV for the guts of 5 minutes watching a fight. And it was very, very tough to watch as far as I'm concerned.
Not meant as an apology or a defense of Jason Herzog, but I do consider the knockdowns and the eye two separate things, right? The referee isn't stopping the fight for the eye. That would be the doctor's prerogative, right? If the eye is compromised and the fighter cannot continue based on that, that's going to be the doctor's decision to make, not necessarily the referee's. As far as the knockdowns themselves, that is the part that I don't have a defense for, and I didn't agree with the fight continuing. There was nothing left in Yahya to do there. He had lost that fight. That was over, and
I don't think we should have ever gotten to the eye, right? Like I think the fight could have ended at some point in the first due to the multiple knockdowns.
It could have. I don't think anybody would have been up in arms if that fight was over after the first.
I think once that third knockdown landed, it was just like, all right, man.
Yeah.
Because the first couple, like he wasn't completely out. Actually, he wasn't out on any of them, but like it does get to a point where you're knocking him down so many times where it's like, all right, dude, stop the fight. This is a one-sided affair.
5 in the first round. 5. And there's one that they're not scoring for some reason.
They say it was a slip.
They said it was a slip. Yeah.
I mean, it was slip because he was all over the gaff.
Yeah, did have that moment at the beginning of the second.
Yeah,
he hurt him.
The moment was ridiculous.
I mean, look, we also do have to take into account what Steven just said to you. Like, he was conscious. He was there when I was fighting with him. He was talking back to him.
Come on, man. Let me out.
And so there has, like, I imagine if Jason Herzog could speak, he would say something similar. We obviously will not hear from him, I imagine, on this. But if he were to speak, he would be saying that he didn't want to stop the fight prematurely because it seemed like the fighter was still had some fight in him. You made a very good point, which is that the corner probably should have done something first. Even if I think the referee did not do as great a job as they should, but the corner I think is the one who was the most negligent. If we're assigning blame here, you stop that fight. Your fighter has nothing left. This is just for him to take more damage. I'm glad to hear that there was no structural damage to the eye as we've heard. But to Pizzi's point, those miles don't come back. The miles that he got put on him in that fight, they don't come back. It doesn't matter if, structure, like he's not in the same place that Amanda Ribas is in today, right? Like his eye is not compromised in that way, but the damage that he took over the course of that fight is not time and spirit that you can get back.
Dave Shaw, UFC executive, was at the post-fight press conference. Dana White wasn't there. He was asked about this. The quote was, we talked to Herzog after, and he was commenting that there was certain moments in the fight where Yahya looked like he was right back in it. So he'd get knocked down. He got knocked down quickly. I think there were 5 in the first round and maybe 2 more in the second. I think how rapidly his eye changed and got swollen and bulged up. What do I think? Definitely there was a solid argument for that fight. Could have been called earlier, but he provided his justification and it seemed fine to me. The other side of it now, too, is post-medical evaluation, going to the hospital, just all swelling. So there's no damage, no permanent damage that requires surgery, which is incredible. And then he was asked by a reporter, and this is all courtesy of MMA Junkie, by the way, if this could lead to a 3 knockdown rule, which obviously would never happen. And he said, no, I don't think so. The record was 5. I don't want to make a judgment. Like, he's not the one that's going to say something like that. But 5 in the first round is pretty absurd.
No, it's unprecedented, and that justification I understand. Like, I don't agree with it, but I understand it. Whereas, what's the corner's justification? What they don't have something to fall back on there. Whereas, like Jason Herzog could comfortably defend the idea of, look, this fighter seemed composed at that point, and I decided not to stop the fight. But if you're the corner, what justification could you possibly have? That to me falls more on the corner, although there's blame to go around in this situation. I really wish that we could hear from Jason Herzog. I really wish that he could put out a statement. Just give us some sort of explanation. Why did you feel like he could keep going? Why didn't you stop at 5 knockdowns? Why wasn't that enough? What was going on? You're one of the very best in the game. You are, in some people's eyes, the gold standard. Who are the best? Him, Mark Goddard. At this point, top of mind, I would say it's him and Goddard, who make the least amount of mistakes. Like the fact that we never talk about them in any sort of controversy. Herb is obviously up there as well. I would say there have been a couple of questionable ones, but these things are going to happen. It's a very tough sport to officiate. It's very subjective. I mean, this is subjective, right? We don't know if it's a 10-7, a 10-8. I mean, if this was boxing, it would be like a 10-4. I'm kidding, of course, but you know what I mean? Because you don't see 5 knockdowns in a fight in boxing. So I understand and respect and appreciate how tough it is. I would just love some sort of explanation, some sort of answer. Educate us. Why were we up in arms and you weren't?
And what did you see in this one to let it keep going for this long that you didn't see a couple weeks ago in Nashville?
Yeah.
In the Taliesin Teixeira fight.
Yeah.
Could it be a hang up from that? Like that's what I was starting thinking. Like he's getting so much, like, we want it. Like these guys, they get a lot of shit online, and I'm sure I'm adding to that now with my breakdown of how I saw that fight. But is there any chance that these guys, these are mortals, they are fallible like any of us, and they're online looking at people going like, how the fuck do you stop that fight, blah blah blah. You don't know, like subconsciously they're watching this fight and they're like, oh, what they said last time, like you just don't know. And it again, it's the toughest job. It really is. Like I doubt any referee goes through a month of fights without catching some kind of stray online or something like this. But honestly, like I'd love to be where you're at, Rick, and be like, I can understand to some degree. I don't understand it. I've watched so many fights and I just can't remember feeling like that watching a fight being like, this is absolutely insane. Like, how is this fight going on? And at some point I was just like, well, he's not going to stop it. Like, they're going to have to wait till he goes back to the corner and they have a look at that eye.
Yes.
And in terms of the eye, my point was like, we've seen referees stop the fight to allow a doctor to come in and look at the eye. Like, have you ever seen an eye like that? You know what I mean? That is one of the most brutal looking injuries ever,
We have seen eyes like that. We've seen bad hematomas before, and most of the time they lead to the stoppage, like it did. But we'll just have to disagree there because I don't agree with the justification, but I understand what the justification is. I just don't agree with it. I would have stopped it sooner.
I was watching with three dudes that never watch UFC, and it was the first fight we watched of the night, and they were like, "What is this? Does this happen every fight?" I was like, "No, they literally just set a record for the most knockdowns in a single fight."
Oh my god!
They were like, "This is brutal."
I will never ever forget watching that. They're like, "Hey, son, come here. Let's watch some UFC. It's 11 o'clock in the morning," and he's like, "What is going on here? What is happening?" I
want to see what Daddy does for a living.
Yeah, I actually was bummed. I wanted to show him Buchecha, but we missed it.
Thank God.
Oh yeah, I actually think Buchecha would have been worse.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and then what was the next one? What was the one right after that one? There was what was the one right after? And it was historically bad. God.
Oh, it was the they threw no strikes. It was
yes.
Yes.
I was like, picked the wrong one.
Yeah,
picked the wrong one.
No, or the right one.
No, yes. Yeah. No, he actually
what
did
would you
really
prefer? If you could trade
the two that I showed him was that one and the Sharbola one.
Yeah, those were sick.
Yeah. Sharbola was sick.
Well, I don't think we'll hear from Jason. From time to time, he shows up on social media. I don't know if that's his actual account.
I see him like quote tweeting some people.
Is that his actual account, though?
Oh, I can't confirm. I cannot confirm.
Let me ask you a serious question, though.
Yes.
Whatever he is to say, is that going to be acceptable to people? Does he do himself any favors by speaking, is what I'm asking.
Yeah, I think so. I
do.
In whose eyes? Because the people who are slamming
our eyes.
Say if he comes on and he said, like, I could hear this guy talking throughout the thing. Like, I'm going in to stop it. I can hear him shouting at this guy saying, just let me up, just let me up. I'm like, there's levels of what we're seeing versus what he's seeing. Obviously, Shaw's talked to him about it. Like, I don't think it will change, like, where I'm at with it. But I do think it's better to have transparencies to some degree. Like, I think I remember Goddard in some situations he came on and talked to you, and it at least gave everyone a full deck of cards, right? We all knew what we were playing with then. Maybe it didn't absolve him of anything, but in the interest of like journalism and reporting on the sport, the more voices, the more people's angles of the thing, the better, I think, for everyone.
I'm for the transparency. Steven said that. And it didn't change your position, so I don't know how much he has.
The one at the end of the first round, he definitely wasn't saying, let me back up. Where his like leg bent back and he fall. Like the one at the end of the first round, I thought was going to be a walk-off KO. That was like the most horrendous one.
I think he even put his hands up at one point.
He's like, do you not look at the ref and be like, what's going on here at one stage as well, I thought. But yeah.
Anyway, that's this past weekend. Perhaps, I mean, would you qualify that as an exciting fight? Was that exciting?
Yeah, oh yeah, it was exciting.
Okay, so
screaming at my fucking TV.
You were?
Yeah.
I mean, but is that exciting or is that like maddening?
Could be both.
It was exciting.
Yeah. I would say the second most exciting thing to happen this weekend.
Oh, do tell.
I would say the first most exciting thing to happen this weekend happened over at the darts. Did you see this, Pete?
Oh my God.
Did you see this?
His first leg coming back and doing that.
Here's Luke Littler.
Shows no panic.
What about Josh Rock, though? Give him some credit. Northern Zone. Fantastic.
Come on, Pete. Talk us through it. What are we watching?
These both boys are on nines here, and they are both ripping the fuck out of that lipstick all night. Like, absolutely savage. Look at Littler's score here, by the way. How many times I text you guys this week saying he's out. 3 times during this tournament I thought he was completely out. Look at these boys.
Here it
He's
comes.
hit the 6. Here's Josh trying to hit the 6.
They're both
He's
on
6 now.
nines, PT.
Here we
What
go,
happens
they're
here?
both on nines.
Talk us through it.
And Littler says, no, mate. You're not going to have a turn. It's over.
A
It's
shrug.
fucking over, pal. Then he comes back, wins the thing, gets up the next night, wins the whole tournament. He is unbelievable. I thought he was out of this tournament 3 times this week, and absolutely unbelievable. I think he had something like 17 180s last night in the final against James Wade. Incredible.
That
man,
is
he
the
is
second
he's
best
revived
leg
darts.
you'll ever see in your life. A shout out to the Bully Boy one, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But he is. I mean, I've never seen I've told you for years, Ariel, that darts is a Christmas thing. He's changed that completely. Everybody's watching every tournament now because of Luke Littler. He's single-handedly made it a year-round sport for the people in Ireland and the UK anyway.
The 9-darter is incredible, but the Michael Jordan-esque shrug, shades of Jordan versus the Portland Trailblazers 1992 NBA Finals Game 1, where he's just like, golly, the guy's a showman. He really is. Unbelievable.
Do you know, like I'd say, like, I've heard people talking about boxing and darts, the similarities between the two. When everything's going wrong, it's the loneliest place in the world. And as I said, 3 times this week, he was like 5-0 down, or like down by 5 legs. And that's, anyone else is completely finished at that stage. Like, there is no way of getting this back. You're talking about breaking the guy's throw 3 times maybe to get the win. And he'd go 5 down, and if you looked at the live odds, he was still the favorite. Like, he's that good. He's absolutely incredible, and everybody's waiting for this moment, right? Like, because he's so young, they're like, he just doesn't realize, like, it's going to affect him at some point. Like, he's just going to have a mental collapse at some stage. And every time he goes to these like 5-0, it seems like it's going to happen, and he just pulls it out of nowhere. I think he's one of the most mentally resilient sports people around at the moment. I think he's absolutely incredible. He doesn't even warm up.
Oh, he's unbelievable. He's must-see TV. He really is. Some are comparing him to Tiger Woods in the sense that, like, Tiger Woods helped put golf on the map, especially for the youth, and he's doing that with darts. And I know the uneducated will scoff at that reference or that analogy, but I think it's actually very apropos, especially for what he's doing over in the UK. One of the big stories that we're following as far as MMA is concerned is where the UFC will sign as far as their broadcast deal is concerned. One of the biggest stories right now in boxing is Top Rank. Top Rank just had their last show on ESPN this past Saturday at the theater. Xander Zayas winning the WBO title. Our boy Shushu Carrington winning as well. But that's it. The Top Rank deal is done. And I think a lot of people suspected that we will know, or that we would have known, where they will be going by the time that show rolled around, July 26th. Well, here we are, July 28th, and we don't know. So I think it's going to be really interesting. As of right this moment, no linear TV channel in America airs boxing.
Wow.
That's crazy. That is crazy. There's no HBO, there's no Showtime, there's no ESPN. Pay channel, no pay channel. It's DAZN and Amazon Prime. Over in the UK, you guys have Sky, and I know Sky and Boxer have, I guess, parted ways, but we suspect that Sky is going to stay in the boxing business in one way, shape, or form. TNT was in the boxing business. Now they're not in the boxing business. Am I missing one over there, or is it just DAZN and Sky?
No, they're the two.
Yeah,
it's just Sky. Like, Sky is. I heard you and Ade talking about this recently. Like, in terms of all these, like, banner sports outlets not really carrying boxing. Like, I think boxing's in a great place in terms of the traction it has, and in terms of the eyeballs, in terms of the fights that they're making. Are you worried about this, like, in terms of ESPN, Sky Sports being the UK equivalent to that? Always was the home of boxing. Came up with, like, Chris Eubank Sr.
Yeah.
He made Sky the place to be. And it kind of remained that way up until about 10 years ago when, BT at the time, now TNT, got involved. And now DAZN just seems to have completely taken over. Is it worrying for you as a guy with his finger on the pulse of boxing more so than I have?
No, that was HBO.
Which one?
What you're referring to regarding Sky, that was HBO.
Okay.
So we already lost that. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I would say ESPN was more BT. So like BT being out of the BT being out of the boxing business, BT/TNT feels a lot more like ESPN being out of it, where it's like they were in, they were out. They weren't really in the pay-per-view business. I think they did an okay job of building stars, but like I think a lot of people would say that ESPN paid too much as far as like what they got back from the Top Rank deal and the amount of stars and big shows that they got. You know, it always kind of felt like, you know, it was a Friday show here. It was a Saturday before UFC or after UFC. Now, in the early days and here and there towards the end, like they would put Top Rank in a position to succeed. Like they would put them on after the Heisman Trophy telecast. They would put them on strategically after big events to try to get, you know, a carryover audience. But for whatever reason, it never really, like how many stars, you know, they had the Tyson Fury fights, they would have the Inoue fights in the middle of the night, but they haven't built enough, the Haney fights overseas. But even like ESPN, a lot of those fights, especially post-pandemic, they would do them remotely. And so it never really felt like they would give it, certainly not the kind of love and attention that they gave the UFC for whatever reason. But, you know, it was still ESPN, and I think it was still very important for them to be involved. Fox was involved as of a few years ago. They got out of it. They had a PBC deal. There was a point where PBC was on NBC, it was on Spike, it was on Fox. They had multiple outlets. So between Top Rank losing ESPN and Amazon, it doesn't seem like the PBC deal is really working right now. I don't think it's particularly good for every single boxing entity to be under one, you know, roof. I think it's good if there's, you know, a little bit of a diversity as far as who's airing what. So there aren't that many options. The obvious one is WBD, which is TNT, TBS, HBO Max. They just got out of that business over in the UK. Maybe they get back into it with the likes of Top Rank, maybe PBC, or maybe Zuffa Boxing, because they need a home as well. So let's see how it all pans out. Rick's girl, Clarissa Shields, victorious. She's the greatest of all time, Rick, right?
Shout out to the GOAT.
This is, I mean, like Lanny Daniels was crazy.
Yeah, Lanny Daniels was, especially the first half of the fight where she was just running.
I thought that she was going to get her head knocked off into the fifth row just for these antics. I have so much respect for Clarissa Shields, for what she represents, for what she's done, both in her amateur career, her Olympic career, pro career. But it's just hard. She is Demetrius Johnson, right? It's just hard because she's not facing the type of talent that Katie's facing. Like you can't compare Amanda Serrano.
Incomparable.
Right? Chantel Cameron. You can't compare it to the women that she's fighting. Now, the big question is, she's a free agent. Her deal with Salida Promotions has come to an end. It's a little bit awkward there in the post-fight interview because she was thanking them. And, you know, they're all in the ring together. Salida, Mark Taffet, her manager. Obviously, there are big fights that are being discussed. Shadeja Green, who just beat Savannah Marshall, the Layla Ali thing. Let's see what that turns into. And by the way, she could re-sign with Salida and still do co-promotions. Not every one of those fighters who fought on the Netflix card are under the MVP umbrella, but I'm very curious to see where she goes. And I would have to think that there's a part of her that saw all of that and said, even though she sold that place out, or at least came pretty close, it was packed. Rick Ross is walking around. Like, it looked like a scene. It felt like a really big deal. There were more people at that fight than Manny's fight in Las Vegas.
Yes.
The week before. But I would imagine there's a part of her that watches, I would imagine, watches that Netflix card and says, like, I want some of that. I want a big time fight that everyone's talking about.
She needs Jeopardy.
Yeah, exactly.
She needs us to be like, I wonder if Clarissa can do that. And 47-year-old Layla Ali is not going to do that, who hasn't fought in 18 years.
Right.
You know, like it's like that's actually disrespectful to Clarissa Shields. And I know Layla did great things, but like, if that's the best option they have at this stage, that's not very good. And you think Shadeja fight is probably the best thing that she can
Savannah
do.
Rematch. But Shadeja is probably the biggest one because Shadeja, just beat Savannah.
Biggest in what regard? Layla's the biggest.
Okay. I'm talking about like who's active right now. I'm talking about who's active.
Is it that big? Maybe I'm lost on that. I'll take your guys' words for it.
Solly name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His daughter. But I don't
does it
know.
not
I mean,
bring
her
it
last
more
fight
up,
was
like-
her last
What is she in that
like
fight?
18.
It's like
Odds
2,000.
wise.
Yeah, plus 5,000.
Yeah,
Like,
That's what
she's
she was on
like,
Saturday.
Yeah, she's like a minus 10,000 every single fight.
I know.
That's like, and that's not her fault, right? Like, that's,
Of course, it's not. She's whoever
Savannah
she
Marshall
puts in front of her,
is,
she
is a
runs through.
capable boxer, and
That's it.
that's basically it. Like that's not Claressa's fault. She's in weight class, and by the way, she's moving up weight classes and capturing those titles as well. It's not like she's just kind of she's not Demetrius Johnson from that sense, right? She's not just sitting in her division. She is going up and challenging herself against supposedly like the higher weight, higher level competition, but
The competition
it
is
is just
shallow.
not. It is not there. It is shallow. These weight
pool is
divisions
just
are shallow. But she is doing everything she possibly can to cement her legacy. It's not really her.
She needs
fault.
a dance partner, though.
She needs a dance
I'm not
partner.
saying it's her fault. She's not ducking any of these opportunities. I'm just saying that's why it reminds me of DJ.
Katie Taylor has had so many more opportunities to prove her greatness in the ring against opponents that are much closer to her level of competition. Like it is wild. Like I know it's not the concrete judge, but like you go on someone BoxRec's record and it has the stars of the matchup.
Yeah.
And multiple for Katie Taylor are the 5 stars, and like Clarissa's 2-star, 1-star, 1-star, 1-star. Savannah Marshall 4-star. The level of competition just isn't there.
I do think that Hearn and Brian Peters deserve a lot of credit for what they did with Katie, though. You know, like considering where this all was when she went pro, and early on, the fights weren't there. You know, you guys, I know you guys watched the documentary recently, and at the start, that was the real tough thing. How can we get people outside of Ireland to watch this girl fight, you know? And I think they did a great job of marketing and things like that. Like, obviously, you know, Clarissa's in a completely different part of her career right now. Like, she's at the moment of her career where it should be Netflix and all this stuff, but it's just incredibly difficult for them, you know? I just think, and probably, like, you know, I'll take your guys' word for it that the Ali fight is the biggest one, and of course the Ali name is massive, but it's also like a problematic fight to make in some ways for boxing. You know what I mean? Like someone that's been out that long against potentially the greatest boxer of all time, with Clarissa Shields, someone who hasn't fought in well over 10 years, coming back in.
Her last fight was in
not,
2007.
Come on, that's fucking 18 years ago, lads.
No, I know. Trust me, I know. Like
that means she
a
did
whole
not
child
fight.
has been born and now can drive a car.
That means she is 47 and she didn't fight a single time professionally in her entire 30s and so far in her entire 40s.
But
and she's supposed to come back and pose a threat.
No, she's not. She is not supposed to come back and pose a threat. We have to recognize this for what it is. The same way Mike Tyson was not going to come back and pose a threat. It is not. That is not what this is. This is business. This is not a competitive matchup. I don't think anybody's confused about that. This is a business decision, not a competitive matchup. Savannah Marshall is going to be the best fight for Clarissa Shields.
The biggest thing is if Netflix says, like, oh yeah, we're interested in this, right? She was a part of the broadcast, then they go for it. If not, you do the Shadeja fight.
Yes.
And the precedent's there with Tyson, to be fair, like to Rick's point. Like, I mean, if they're gonna do Jake Paul and Mike Tyson, like, I know people say, well, like Clarissa Shields, Jake Paul, it's not like for like, but it's still showing, like, you know, you're okay to put on a fight like that. We know Jake Paul could knock people out cold before that fight was put on. I do think there was more of a conversation. We talked about at the time. The old heads were like, "Oh, Jake Paul fucked up," you know. 6-year-old Mike Tyson's about to dust this guy. I don't think that's going to be the same thing with Ali, though. But you know, I think maybe Netflix change things in terms of making that a reality.
Any interest in Cyborg? Cyborg was calling her out yesterday.
Sure, but again, she's going to win that fight, Clarissa, and it's not going to be a competitive. It's not going to be viewed as competition. She is better than everybody in these weight classes. That's the reality. When it comes to boxing, now if this happened in an MMA cage, now I'd be a lot more compelled by Cyborg versus Clarissa Shields. But obviously, Cyborg will completely maul her in that realm. But there are just these people do not exist. There are not challenges for Clarissa Shields. The challenge is to continue to stay motivated and win these fights. But she does not have peers in these weight classes. That's just the unfortunate truth. And one's not going to pop up. Savannah Marshall was supposed to be the peer. She has shown to not be in the class of Clarissa Shields anymore. Like, Clarissa has surpassed her by a significant margin, in my opinion. Maybe a new fight would be different. I don't foresee it going that way. I don't think Shadeja is going to beat Claressa. So what can you do if you're Claressa? You make the most money you can. That's all you can do. You sell out Little Caesars because that place was rocking, like you said. And now you do a Layla Ali fight, a massive fight, and you make all the money you can before boxing is done with you.
Yes, and by the way, I'm not begrudging her at all. I'm not saying that she's ducking. I'm not saying
she has no options. It's not her fault.
It's a tough spot. So let's see. By the way, we'll actually have her on the program tomorrow with Ade. So the Ariel and Ade program will have Claressa Shields on tomorrow, 5 o'clock on DAZN. So go check that out. By the way, I saw my good friend Jedi post this. We were just talking about WBD. I guess it's not WBD anymore. That was Warner Brothers Discovery. They have officially split, and now it's Warner Brothers and Discovery Global. So under the Warner Brothers umbrella, and the reason why I'm talking about this, they will be a player. I think they already have AEW. They will be a player with one of these. Warner Brothers will have HBO, HBO Max, TNT, CNN, HGTV, Animal Planet, Bleacher Report. Oh, wow. TNT, CNN, HGTV, Animal Planet, Bleacher will make up Discovery Global. HBO, HBO Max will be under the Warner Brothers umbrella. Interesting.
I believe that's mid-2026 is when that is.
Yeah. But it's it's coming.
No, it's for sure interesting in terms of a lot of their different sports properties and saying they don't want more sports properties.
Yes.
And seeing where they actually go from here.
Interesting. Discovery Global. All right, well, let's see. They're going to be in the mix. I did want to bring up before we go, saw some great positive updates from Ben Askren. He's even doing some media now, which is incredible. This is him yesterday.
Crazy.
Look at this guy. Ben Askren, I mean...
Savage.
A walking, talking inspiration. And I know that he's still got a long ways to go. He posted a video, I think it was on Saturday afternoon, of him speaking, and it's unbelievable the amount of weight he's lost. And you see when he's speaking, he's still struggling a little bit. He's coughing. The man had double lung transplant surgery, and look at him. And he's refusing to feel sorry for himself. He's not shying away. What a chapter in his life. An unbelievable guy, and love to see all the love and just the support that he is receiving. As you know, we are auctioning off our poker table cover, the felt table, from our International Fight Week series of shows in Las Vegas. There it is, signed by the likes of Tom Aspinall, signed by the likes of Demetrius Johnson, Merab Dvalishvili, Israel Adesanya, Dan Hooker, Tracy Cortez, Rico Verhoeven, Alex Volkanovski. I mean, it's a who's who. You can own a piece of MMA history. Andy Aspinall's on there. Ariel Helwani is on there. Do we have the link in our YouTube chat? If not, can we throw that up there real quick? And like I said, there's the auction. It's over at eBay, small little outfit known as ebay.com. Every penny helps. Just find it in your soul. $1, $2, couple pennies. It all goes to a good cause. So there you have it. I think we're past that number there, 3,200. I think that was an old one. That's an update. Okay, there you have it. All right. Well, every penny helps. So if you can find it in your soul, we would appreciate it very much. It's pinned in the chat. Thank you very much. And I think it expires Wednesday. Tuesday or Wednesday. One of those. Thursday. Well, there you have it. Just a couple of days left. I think it's 3 days, 2.5 days, something like that. So thank you very much. And again, every single penny will go to Ben Askren and his family. Every single penny. One last thing before we go. Didn't mention this, but I wanted to mention it. WWE did a great job of honoring Hulk Hogan on Friday at SmackDown. Monday Night Raw is tonight. I suspect there'll be more, and rightfully so. But they had a great 10-bell salute and a really nice video package narrated by Paul Levesque, a.k.a. Triple H. What I loved about this shot here was they had some of Hogan's longtime friends in attendance. Sergeant Slaughter, you see in the front next to Cody Rhodes. Hacksaw Jim Duggan to his left. Next to Paul Levesque, Gerald Briscoe, Bruce Pritchard, Jimmy Hart, one of his closest friends, Ted DiBiase, Brian Blair. So, guys who obviously worked with him in the 80s and 90s, and the rest of the roster as well. I did see Eric Bischoff's stream with Conrad Thompson. Go check that out. 83 weeks. They did a great job of honoring Hogan, and it was really interesting to hear Bischoff talk. He said that he was invited, but he was traveling. He was here. He was in Vegas doing stuff for Real American Freestyle Wrestling, which will continue. He said he was invited. He just couldn't get there in time. It was in Cleveland. This tweet, though, was my favorite. This is Bischoff on the day of Hogan's passing on Thursday. Thanks for the house, Hulkster, which is an old school pro wrestling line. You say that to the main eventer. The house is the crowd. And so if you're working on a show where there's a big time star competing in the main event, it's customary to go up to that guy and say, thanks for the house, meaning thanks for the crowd, thanks for the gate, thanks for the money. No one drew more money. No one drew bigger crowds than Hulk Hogan. And it would be customary, if you're on a card headlined by Hulk Hogan in his heyday, in his prime, to say, thank you for the house. And so I just, that's one of his closest friends. And he saved his thoughts for his show and his channel. But I thought it was really nice to see that. Tony Schiavone I saw as well on AEW programming show him some love. And of course he was there during the WCW run in the 90s. So yeah, feels weird that the immortal Hulk Hogan is no longer with us. I'm looking forward to seeing what WWE does tonight. And they've got a big week coming up with SummerSlam here in the tri-state area, MetLife Stadium. Anyone going? SummerSlam? 2 nights?
Didn't even know it was on.
Yeah, Jelly Roll competing. Anyone?
Jelly Roll is competing. That dude,
you didn't know that.
That dude is everywhere, bro.
It's Jelly Roll and, it's Logan Paul.
It was Jerry Roll. It was Jelly.
I got Jelly Roll fatigue. I'm not gonna lie. He just hosted. He just hosted the Tonight Show. He's
wait. He actually hosted
everywhere.
it.
Yeah.
Nah, don't be a hater, bro. He's like an inspiration.
What am I hating because I haven't seen him? I'm tired of Pedro Pascal too. If we want to start hating, I don't need these guys everywhere.
Can I be 100% honest? Who's Pedro Pascal?
Oh, fuck.
Oh my! Wait, no, seriously.
He's got anxiety.
That's fucking
Who's Pedro Pascal?
So you're not buying it? You're not buying the touchy feely?
You do that around Blanche, some woman's gonna slap the shit out of you very quickly. I'll tell you that much.
Well, they seem, to be fair, also interested in it.
Yeah.
But
yeah, maybe it's more of a me thing.
Yeah, maybe the husbands are not so happy about it.
Can I be 1,000% honest with you guys?
Sure, man.
I just Googled Pedro Pascal.
Yeah.
You don't know who that is.
Never seen this guy in my life.
That's an actual impossibility.
That's how I know you didn't see
every single movie in theaters.
That's how I know you didn't see Happy Gilmore too, because he's in.
By the way, I keep telling my family.
I knew you didn't.
Could we watch it? Could we watch? Anyone see it?
Yeah, I watched it.
I watched
all
it.
of you saw.
Class.
Yeah, I
loved it.
We all watched it except for you. Disappointing.
Serious.
Feel good, man. Feel good at the end of the summer. I'm telling you.
God, I want to see it so bad.
He's not actually in it, by the way. I was just trying to get you to admit that you haven't seen it, which you did.
Here, I know your man Jelly Roll. He's the fella who was like shouting at the award ceremony and all, wasn't he?
Yeah, he hosted Jimmy Kimmel, and then he put Logan Paul through a table when he was hosting.
It's Randy Orton and Jelly Roll against Drew McIntyre and Logan Paul.
You've seen Jelly Roll a million times, dude. He's literally everywhere.
So you're rooting for Jelly
like,
in this scenario.
Yeah, he's everywhere.
Am I rooting for anyone? I'm not rooting for anyone. I mean, by the way, he did a sidewalk slam. He looked like Big Boss Man circa 1987 out there. He looked great.
Oh, a choke slam.
Should I get
No, he did a
FaceTime?
sidewalk slam. Like he picked him up like Boss Man. It was great. Maybe he did a choke slam too, but I saw a sidewalk on Friday. Yeah, that's 2 nights. MetLife. Looking forward to that. I do owe the audience this story as well before we go. So there I am on Saturday. In between the fights, my son had a haircut. Drop him off at the haircut. You know, they're at the age now you can drop them off and pick them up. And they want a freaking haircut like every 2 weeks now, these kids. It's unbelievable.
Jesus.
So drop them off, walk in there. They love me at the place. Hey, what's up, everyone? Dap everyone up. Yeah. What's going on? And then we walk out of the haircut place, and he goes, the guy sitting over to the left said that Adam Sandler's in the restaurant down the block. Adam Sandler. And I'm like, are you kidding me? So I was like, there's no way. He's like, that's what he said. So we said, okay, we got to go. We got to go see. I mean, this is, everyone knows. Anyone who watches this show knows who Adam Sandler is to me. One of my, if not my favorite actor of all time, Billy Madison. I can recite it. I've seen it 1,000 times. This is my chance. I've never met Adam Sandler. So we're walking. It's I would say a 6-minute walk. 6-minute walk. And in retrospect, we should have picked up the pace a little quicker. I mean, like we should have recognized the magnitude of the moment, and we just walked there. We didn't jog. We just walked. And I think in retrospect, potential mistake. You probably can guess how this goes. We get to the restaurant and there's glass, and I look through the glass and there's the Sandman. I see him there. I see Sandman in the freaking restaurant, usual attire, collared shirt, kind of messy, baggy shorts. Like he was right there. I say to Oliver, oh my God, he's right there. So now we walk in. And there's a little commotion. He's got a bag, takeout. I see his wife, recognize his wife from the movies, the interviews, all that stuff. He's with a couple other people. But we walk in, and it's one of those restaurants where like you can walk in and you could also walk out. You can like go past the kitchen and go to the back, and there's a parking lot on the other side. He's not, I thought if there was only one entrance and exit, he would have to cross paths with me. You understand? But he's going this way. I'm coming in, but his back is now towards me. Everyone's like this. I'm like, picture. I'm like, oh my God. What am I doing? So there's a brief moment there where I'm thinking to myself internally, do I just run up? with the phone and take a selfie? Do I want to be that guy? He's like, salt of the earth guy. He walks past the kitchen and he says goodbye to everyone. I witnessed this. He says goodbye to everyone, says thank you. He's walking with his food. He's very excited. So now he's walking out and no one's following him. So I say to Oliver, let's go walk out. And he's like, why are we walking this way? Our car's not there. I'm like, just follow me for a second. Come on. Keep it together. So now we walk out, and it's been like a minute or so that he's been out there. So we walk out. There's no one in this parking lot. Literally no one. And from the distance, I see like a big car, like an SUV. So I say to him, that's got to be him. Like for sure he's got an SUV, right? So now we're here, and here's the SUV. And I'm here closest to the SUV, and the SUV's coming our way. So I'm thinking to myself, do I go like this? Do I go like just to point? But I played it cool, so he's driving slowly, like going like a mile a minute. No, not a mile a minute. A mile an hour. Like glacial pace. And then I just go, Sandman. And he hits me with the, like one of those, like a dabadoo, like one of those. Like he hits me with that. I had it. I went, Sandman. And he hit me with that. So now we have to decide where we're going. So I say, let's make a right, because he's going around in a circle. I'm saying this to you all like you were there, but just stick with me here. He has to go around in a circle, come around, and then get out of the parking lot and leave. No one in sight. So I say, we cut here. We're going to see him, and then I'm going to jump in for the selfie. So he goes. Now, he's almost going too slow for us, and we're actually too fast. So now I have to like pretend like I have to look around, and is it this car? My son has no idea what I'm doing. Like he's completely lost. Like, why are you walking up to this Subaru? What's going on? In the end, we walk here, car comes here, and at this point, I'm next to the passenger side, and I wave again, and the woman who I think it was his wife in the shotgun waves back at me, and he drives off into the night, into the afternoon.
The only one question I do have, when he hit you with the dabadoo, wave, did he look directly at you?
It was sort of like a...
That's a moment. That's a moment.
To me, that kind of feels like I'm done here, man. I'm out. I got to go eat my food.
Should I have jumped in with the...
No, it's better you didn't.
Yeah.
I think you will get another opportunity at some point.
I do too.
Your fatal error was, you should have had a little more pep in your step at the start.
Pep in your step?
Were there 30 seconds earlier? I've got the picture. I've got the moment.
You should have jetted.
And you let it rip. You also have the kids with you, which is a great play.
Yeah.
Adam, my kids love you. Mind if we get a quick picture?
They're like, Dad, who's that? Who's that
was
guy?
the move.
You jump in and then crop the kids out.
Oh,
crop
yes.
the kids out.
I was actually thinking of that in the aftermath. Would the move have been, like, hey, can you take a picture with my kids? And would that have made me happier? Or do I ask the kid to take the picture?
You want it.
Of me.
Claire, take the pic.
And then it's like of our knees.
If you had known in that moment that you were going to end up doing a roundabout stalking move, you would have just put
It
a
was
little
so
more pep
awkward.
in the step and gone faster and got the first approach.
30 seconds earlier, I've got the thing. I'm telling him, stop staring at me, Swan. I don't want to annoy anyone else. I want to annoy you, Miss Vaughn. I'd rather have a beer. Like, I'm quoting all the lines. We're
He'd love
here
that.
to
He would just
help
love
you,
that.
Billy.
He would have loved that so much.
Get back.
Hey!
Let's go. Yes.
He'd be like,
Carl!
nobody ever.
Good to
nobody
see
ever did
you.
this.
Yeah. I'm like
no
shouting.
one's ever done that for me.
You want to
Yeah.
know the best part? Now, walk of shame, walk back into the restaurant, and a kid comes up to me and says, "Hey, Ariel, big fan. Can I take a selfie?" I'm like,
You're like, get the fuck away from me, kid.
And look at him.
You just should have hit him with the little hand move and then just kept going.
not right now, kid.
Was this Saturday morning?
I'm with my family.
Yeah.
So this was right after Happy Gilmore came out.
Oh, it was like topic of conversation.
You really could have been like, I watched it last night. I loved
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, no one wanted to watch it with
Oh
me.
yeah, what's your favorite part?
No, I wasn't gonna lie about it. I was just gonna say like, oh, MJF is in there, Becky Lynch is in there.
You've overthought it to the point where Ariel's like, we have to watch the first one before we watch the second one. That's
I
that's
know.
where Ariel's at right now.
I promise if you've seen the first one, you'll see it again in the second.
I asked my boys.
Quite literally.
Wait, what is that? I don't get it.
A lot of nostalgia.
There's a
You
not
just have to
just
watch and find
nostalgia.
out. You just have to watch and find out.
There's legitimately 10 minutes that is just lifted from the first movie.
It's just
throughout
bits.
the-
Enjoyable.
I want that.
It's enjoyable.
I want
It's
that.
just
I want
bits
all
replayed.
that. Give me all that.
So many cameos. Every
Oh.
other second.
Okay, don't
it's like,
spoil it. Don't spoil
oh,
it.
there's-
70 or something.
I'm gonna watch
It's
it.
crazy.
I'm gonna watch it.
Like
How's
Kelsey,
MJF?
Kelsey Plum has a cameo that's like literally
Nah, bro.
4
Why are you
seconds.
spoiling? Why are you spoiling?
I'm not spoiling shit. I
How was
promise.
MJF? How was MJF?
MJF was good, man. Like unrecognizable as like the wrestler. Like if you don't
Yeah.
know who he is, yeah, he was good.
Becky's in
Good
it?
acting.
Becky's great.
Wow.
Seamus would have done a better job than both of them. I
Yeah,
think.
your boy.
Eminem's in it. There's an endless amount of people in it.
PT, what about that call with Sheamus?
Unbelievable. Can't believe it happened.
Yeah,
I woke up
I
next
call
day.
you FaceTime with Sheamus. I can't even get a selfie with the Sandman.
You
Unbelievable.
just got to go for it, man. You just got to go for it.
No, but you know what? I'm putting myself in Ariel's shoes. I understand the dilemma. Like, I'm trying to think of someone I'd want, like, that. I think he's the only person you'd freak out like that for Ariel. You know what I mean? Like, he's not,
Not
like,
too
I think
many.
he is.
Patrick Ewing would be up there.
Yeah.
Bret Hart, although like Bret Knight.
I think like Roy Keane, who was a caustic person.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think I'm going that far because he'll just tell me to fuck off.
But
I don't do
Sandler is not a caustic person.
He's just such a cool guy.
it. Yeah.
I just wanted the. But you know what? I have the story. So I convinced myself it was just as good.
That's some heavy coke.
Yeah,
That's tough.
Yeah, I was.
I was near him.
I was Kobe.
I was
And By
there.
the way, my wife shares an equal affinity for him. I called her. I was like, "You won't believe who I just saw." And I was like, "Did you get a picture?"
Dash sends in a super chat here, $1.99. Thanks, Dash. He says Glazewani is back in action.
Wow.
With the Sandman.
Guy's a D1 Glazer, bro.
100%. Oh, I forgot about super chats. I was just about to wrap up the show. Are we doing super chats or is
Yes, we are.
is Frank out?
No, Frank.
Oh, okay, yeah. Super chats. Here we go. Let's go in order here. Well, I see there's a great one from Thursday. It just says what GC said. F you, Frank. This is for $1.99 from Thursday, but I think worth repeating. No.
Totally.
Yeah, Frank wasn't there for that though.
Yeah, I saw his top 5. We won't give him shit over it, right?
Just because he's sick. If he
Yeah.
was healthy, we would be shitting all over him.
Frank texted me and said that was the perfect execution of his top 5. He loved every second of it.
All right, there you go. This is from Sammy. Hello, team. Anyone seen Karate Kid Legends? I have not.
I have not. I probably will though.
I too have not.
I would like to see it, but I have not seen it.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
I
not.
have.
Dramatic. So
Shout
dramatic.
out to
I'm not
CR
gonna-
who says R.I.P. Hulk, one of a kind. This is from Chisette. Why on earth is the pride of Louisiana Daniel Cormier a Rockets fan and not a Pelicans fan? It's very simple. When he was a kid, the Pelicans weren't in existence. It's like when people say to me, why aren't you a Raptors fan? Because when I was a kid, Raptors weren't around. Same with him. 70s, 80s, 90s, there were no Pelicans. They came in the early aughts. So he picked a team, and it was the Rockets. But I think he supports them. But if I think if it was Rockets versus Pelicans, he would root for the Rockets in the playoffs. Henry, Ariel, I'm also a huge fan of Bret the Hitman Hart, but sadly, I didn't see him comment on Hogan's passing on social media. I would love to know your thoughts on the reason why, as well as the boys. Look, man, not everyone. I appreciate if they weren't the best of friends, don't fake it. So either he kept it to himself, or guess what? He's an older guy as well. I know it's crazy to think, but like when you're in your 60s, 70s, you're not running to Instagram to post things. He's not very active on social media. I think it's someone else who's running his account as well. So I'm not going to judge anyone on how they want to honor, not honor, post, not post. Like, let everyone do it their own way. And who are we to judge? And finally, James, smaller promotion fight fans in Kansas watched Steve Ninja Nguyen absolutely murked dudes for several years before a shot in the UFC. Nice guy, wicked striker. Shout out. Shout out to the Pride of Wichita. Tomorrow on the program, gents, I'm very excited about tomorrow's program. We're going to be joined, I believe, first time by Jalton Almeida. He's in the mix. Did someone say who?
I said woo.
Oh, yes.
You know,
he's in the mix
First
of
time,
heavyweight.
really? We haven't had him.
I think first time.
Wow.
Maybe I'm wrong. We will also be joined by Fernan Lopez, head coach for Surreal Gun, to talk about the Tom Aspinall fight. And I'm very excited about this, extremely excited about this. For the first time in several years, a figure that has reemerged in the world of mixed martial arts, the former UFC title contender, once known as the Canadian Psycho, the one and only Rory Mack, is going to be joining us. And as you may know, he fell out of love with MMA, but after speaking to Wonderboy Thompson about his interest in the sport and him coming back on that card, I thought it would be great to speak to him. One or two more will join us as well. Looking forward to that. But for now, it is time to say goodbye. So thank you very much to everyone who has joined us today. It has been a lovely, lovely day. And
we actually have had Jalton on.
We have.
Yeah, November of 2023.
Yes, I remember this.
After his performance at UFC Sao Paulo. Like,
you know what?
Derek Lewis.
I swear to God, as it was coming out, I felt like it was wrong. As it was coming out, I felt like it was wrong. Are we still on?
Watch that.
Okay.
No.
All right. Frank, how you feeling?
$1 million, man.
What's wrong, PT?
I'm asking you, Happy Gilmore tonight. You got to do it. You're going to pull the trigger.
Yeah, I would love to. I'm trying to entice my kids. Movie night.
It is like a nice. It's a fun movie.
I'm
I saw
dying
some
to
people
watch
being
it.
like the worst movie ever made. It's like, first
Come
of all,
on.
what were your expectations? Second of all, it's not the worst movie ever made.
That's
Be
crazy.
serious.
I mean, Lord of the Rings exists. There's no way.
Oh my God, the take is getting out of hand. How bad it is. It's getting to the point where we can't trust anything you say.
Also, Sandler's had some I love the guy, but as we discussed last week, some
stinkers.
Yes.
Absolute.
There's no
stinkers.
way.
Take it easy. You're going to meet this guy again sometimes. Get the fucking selfie.
This
What are you doing?
is no Jack and Jill. I can tell you that.
Little Nicky.
Nah, Little Nicky Thumps. That's a great movie.
What's the Halloween Herbie or something?
Whoa, Herbie Halloween.
I don't fuck
this
with
is
the
better
Netflix
than that.
stuff.
This
Yeah,
is
I
better
don't-
than
I
that.
don't
This
do
isn't
that.
even
It's
in
so bad
bottom
you guys don't even
5.
know the actual name to the movie.
This is
Yeah.
not even bottom 5 Sandler movies.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I look forward to that. Appreciate Stephen Nguyen for stopping by, Lerone Murphy, Petr Yan, Jiri Prochazka, and the one and only, the legend, the living legend, Ric Flair. Oh my gosh, what a pleasure. Thanks to you. Thanks to them. Back on Tuesday. Peace. I'm out of here.